first of all. Um, Dear Minister Reidners, dear Rector Monar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, youth delegates, good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Reinventing Europe team, I would like to welcome you all in Bruges. It is a great pleasure for us. First of all, we have to thank the College of Europe, in particular Rector Monar and Professor Costa for hosting this conference and helping to welcome so many young, dedicated activists here at the college. Furthermore, this conference would not be happening without the support of external cooperation partners. A very, very warmly welcome to Mr. Henning vom Stein. He is the head of the Brussels office of the Bertelsmann Stiftung. The Bertelsmann Stiftung supported the Reinventing Europe conference from the day one and has become a crucial partner for this conference project. Thank you very much again. Also, very important for this conference project is Mr. Miguel Vermaque. He is the CEO of FableFin. It is the first year of this great cooperation, and it's a pleasure to work with FableFin together. Thank you very much for all, and let's reinvent Europe. Last but not least, there are also some faces behind the conference. I have to say, thank you very much, guys, for hours and hours that you spent on this project. This year, the conference got 5 new team members. There is Kathleen, there is Simona, there is Zoe, there is Martin and Andrea, and last but not least, there are Clemens and David, and both of them co-founders of this conference project. We also like to thank all the participants in our essay contest this year. We had many participants, and all of the papers were very interesting ideas about the future of Europe. We selected the 5 best and put them in the corridor upstairs and downstairs, and we really recommend you to read them. Okay, I can see time is running fast, so let me say something about this conference project. We, as the young people, want to have a strong say in the making the decisions that concerns our daily lives. A debate on the future of the continent cannot be conducted fruitful without the input of the young generation. Yes, the European project stands at a crossroad. The outbreak of the financial crisis, or the financial and economic crisis, revealed the political and economic challenges of the future of the European Union. Furthermore, with the refugee crisis, the rise of populism, and many challenges in the foreign relations, the European project was never before under so much pressure. Some people already speak about the downfall of the European idea. To show them that Europe has every time and everywhere a chance, we are here today, and I will take a quote from the Nobel Prize winner Nelson Mandela to show how important it is to reinvent Europe with the help of a new young perspective. He said, "Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell down and go back up again." Zoe will present you the topics about how we want to get Europe back on its feet.
This year, today, is the 3rd edition of the conference, and as Stefan mentioned, Europe is standing at a crossroads. Europe is facing many challenges, and among those challenges, we have selected 4 topics which we believe are the core of the future of Europe. We will discuss these challenges during panel sessions, where we will be given the opportunity to debate these challenges with experts in the field. In the morning sessions, we will have 2 panel sessions, one about banking union and the fiscal regulation, and a second about the European foreign policy. In particular, we will talk about the interplay of foreign policy at the European level and the unstable Eastern neighborhood. It is extremely important, this topic, also given the recent developments we saw with the report of the MH17 flight coming out and the recent increasement involvement of Russia in Ukraine and Syria. In the afternoon, we also have 2 panel sessions. Immigration is the most urgent problem that Europe is facing. We are facing a migration crisis, and it has been stated that it is the biggest refugee crisis since World War II. Along with this comes illegal immigration and human smugglers. And European Union has adopted more an assertive approach by implementing an EU military action. However, skepticism has already been raised towards this approach by analysts and right groups. A last topic is the energy policy of the European Union. This lies at the foundation of the European Union. Think of the European Coal and Steam Community, but also Euratom. The European Commission has communicated a move towards an energy union to remove any fiscal and regulatory barriers, physical and regulatory barriers, in the favor of free flow of electricity, gas and oil. However, it is a very controversial idea. In addition to these panel sessions, we have invited 3 prominent political speakers of the European political landscape. We are honored to welcome the Belgian Minister of Foreign Policy and European Affairs, Didier Reynders, who will officially open our conference. We are also honored to have with us the Prime Minister of Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Xavier Bettel, who will join us immediately after lunch. Our third speaker, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, Miro Cerar, will unfortunately not be able to join us. He gave us a call this morning to inform us that Eastern neighbors decided to close the borders with neighboring Croatia, and which as a consequence put Slovenia in the context of the migrant crisis in a very, very serious situation. So we, of course, accept the difficulty of his situation. So you can also find the overview of today's program in the leaflet in front of you, where you can find also more information about the speakers that will take part in the panel sessions. Immediately after the speech of Didier Reynders, the banking union will take place here, and the other panel session about the European foreign policy is in the room next door. Before closing, I just want to say that during the day there will also be a Twitter wall, and if you want to just freely tweet and use the hashtag Reinventing Europe. It's now my pleasure to give the word to Rector Monard.
Monsieur le Vice-Premier Ministre, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear alumni, dear students. It gives me a particular pleasure, personal pleasure, to open the 3rd edition now, or to make the opening remarks for this 3rd edition already of this Reinventing Europe Youth Conference. There are 2, I think, very important terms in the title of this series of conferences. First is reinventing Europe. Now, Europe indeed needs, the European construction indeed needs constantly to be questioned, constantly to explore alternatives to current policy making, and constantly to evolve. Europe was reinvented many times already. If we look at today's European construction, it is in many respects different from what the founding fathers envisaged for the European construction. So we all know that was what put in place in the 1950s followed a certain model of European integration. And I think if founding fathers like Jean Monnet, Paul-Henri Spaak, Schuman would look at the construction of today, in many fields they would be surprised how far the European construction has gone and what innovative solutions have been found to challenges which at the time were not yet at the horizon. So Europe lives from constant questioning, constant reinvention, constant innovation. And there is simply no alternative to this, because the alternative would mean standstill. The alternative would mean to actually be less responsive, perhaps not responsive at all, to policy challenges, and this would inevitably mean decline. So the reinvention, the constant reinvention, is part of what the European construction is about. It is necessarily a dynamic system. If it's not a dynamic system, then we have the failure on the horizon for the whole project. Now, the College of Europe has always tried to contribute to actually this constant process of critical reflection, of evolution, exploring new allies for European integration. And therefore, this conference fits in very well with the college's historic mission in this field. The second and no less important key term in the title of this series is youth. Because the younger generations have to carry this European project further. Without the younger generations identifying with this project, willing to invest themselves and willing to carry it forward, we will also have decline. So the participation in crucial fields of the younger generation is absolutely essential. And this conference, with the still, I find, quite innovative formula of bringing together in each panel senior distinguished experts with representatives of the younger generation, is an extremely interesting, useful, and forward-looking formula. The college has always tried to actually create a framework for its well-selected students to afterwards play a positive, a constructive, a forward-looking role in the European construction. To make their own contribution, to facilitate cross-border interaction in all possible fields, to ease tensions, to transform diversity into positive potential. And I think this conference, this youth conference, shows that it is, at least to some extent, fulfilling its mission, because it's entirely an initiative of former students of the college. I must admit that when Mr. Schäfer first approached me with the subject 3 years ago, I immediately felt that it was a very promising project, but I had my doubts, I admit it, because I was thinking, oh, these former students, they have to open their own careers after leaving the college. This is quite a challenging phase. After you have got your diploma, you are thinking, what will I do with my life now? You have to invest yourself heavily in finding a job, in making the best of the job. So I was thinking, are they not taking on too much there? But the first conference was a success. And then there was a second one, which amazed me even more, because quite often you have one-off initiatives which last for a year, and then basically the energy flags, and there is no follow-up. And now we are already at the third edition. Really, the college could not be more proud of you organizers of this conference, because here you are really making a contribution to Europe, and you make the best of what you have built up amongst yourselves as alumni in terms of contacts, of real dedication to the European project. So the college is proud of you, and the college also thanks you for this. Let me also say that the program for this year again manages to identify key challenges for the European construction and to focus on them. The subjects have already been presented. I wouldn't like to go through that as well, but let me just say I also find it good that you have not put the migration/refugee crisis in the first place. Because if you watch the news these days, it looks as if Europe has only to deal with the refugee crisis. as if the whole fate of the European construction depends on the refugee crisis. But Europe has a lot of other challenges to manage, and therefore I think to start with the banking union and to look at the foreign policy context makes a lot of sense. I also think, and this is perhaps a recommendation, that actually in the different panels, perhaps one could also discuss the way how this European construction is projected to the citizens. What can one do in terms of reinventing Europe to communicate it better to the citizens? Because also in the context of the refugee crisis, I have heard so often, seen so often, statements about the failure of the European Union to tackle the refugee crisis. I wonder how many of those who so readily write about the failure of the European Union, whether they have ever considered the situation if the European Union would not exist. We would have 28 member states, all dealing with the problems individually, and probably, that's my guess, competing with each other in closing their borders. So the fact that the European Union exists and tries to find solutions has made already a lot of a difference. And I think we could engage in account how many lives have been saved in the Mediterranean because of the cooperation between the national border authorities, because of the role of Frontex and other ways of cooperation. So I think the perception of the European Union is quite often much more negative than it merits. And this also should be part of a reflection how to reinvent Europe and communicate it better for what it has brought and still brings to the European citizens. It is now my honor, real honor and great pleasure to introduce to you Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belgium, Didier Reynders, who has for a very long time been a friend of the college, has come to the college on many occasions, and if I may also add, has also supported the college in many other ways, for which the college is very grateful. Well, I think all of you in this room and in the other one where the transmission takes place know the Vice Prime Minister, so to read out his CV would probably not add much to your knowledge. Let me, however, emphasize perhaps 2 points. One is, one says that that the real test for higher responsibilities in public service is being a finance minister and to survive as a finance minister. Well, Monsieur le Vice-Premier Ministre, you have been a finance minister for 12 years. I think this says it all. So who has been able to actually pass through the many crises, which also there have been at the national Belgian level in terms of handling the financial challenges. The sky is the limit in terms of being able to face responsibilities. Of course, as Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign and European Affairs, I'm sure you also have your agenda very full. And I may just say that the last occasion I saw you was just this week on the right side of the King on the occasion of the state visit to Poland. Many thanks also to you for having agreed to come over on a Saturday after having so busy this week with a state visit in Poland. I would also like, and that's the other point I would like to mention, that the Vice Prime Minister is not at all a stranger to academic contexts, because you have lectured at the Université Catholique de Louvain and at the Institut des Hautes Études Commerciales à Liège, and you have given countless speeches, lectures in different universities. So in a sense, academia is also one of your homes. So also from this perspective, we are most grateful that you have accepted to join us today. Monsieur le Vice-Premier Ministre, je vous passe la parole.
I want to thank you and thanks the Rector first for such a lot of kind words and for the support for this organization. I want also to thank the organizers to invite me and of course I want to thank you to be here on a Saturday so close, so early in the morning, so it's quite fine, but it's raining outside, so it's maybe the best way to come inside the auditorium. I want to reassure you, normally the Prime Minister of Luxembourg will come in the beginning of the afternoon because we had a meeting of the Belgian government yesterday, but we didn't take the decision to close the border with Luxembourg. So normally it's without any problem. And I want also to say that it's true that it seems to be possible now just to discuss about migration in Europe. So it's like a miracle. We don't have any financial crisis in Greece more. It's done. I don't see any comments about the situation in Greece. I'm not sure that is the reality. So we need to be afraid about the situation maybe in different fields, but day after day we are switching from one crisis to another one. It's true in the European Union, migration after the Greek crisis and maybe something else in some months, but also at the international level. One day we are following the situation in Syria, and it's become to be the only one, and it's the reason why in the General Assembly of the United Nations in New York, some days ago, we didn't speak about Ukraine. Ukraine seems to be out of the agenda. And for Belgium, just to explain also that, it's our duty to come back all the time with Central Africa, because if we are not doing that, it's out of the agenda also. And if you look to the situation in Burundi or in different countries in the central of Africa now, it's a real duty for Belgium to try to explain all the time that we need to take care of that. But of course, there are through different medias and maybe to the social network also some change in the attention of the public opinion to one issue and then another one. And today I want to say some words about Europe, of course, because I'm convinced that we need to go to a more federal union. Of course, it's quite difficult to explain that in many different countries, so I don't want to elaborate on that, but I'm very convinced that Europe is not the problem, it's a real solution, but to do that, it will be very important, maybe with different speeds, I will come back on that, maybe with different kind of evolutions in the different member states, but we need to go more and more to a real federal system in Europe. And it's already the case, but it's difficult to say that. I said in many countries, there are a lot of European people living in a federal organization without any knowledge of that. But it's sometimes better in some countries to go further with the federal approach without too many explanations about the transfer of sovereignty from the member states to the Union. And I want to add that Europe, of course, in Belgium and in my capacity of Minister of Foreign Affairs, but also European Affairs, it's one of my priorities, of course, due to the fact that we have the responsibility as a founder member of the European Union to do more than others maybe, but also because we have a lot of institutions. I don't want to say we have the European politic capital in Brussels, but it's quite true, because with the Commission, with all the summits, and then the European Parliament is the reality. And today I'm very pleased to discuss with you about Europe, because it's quite important to do that with a new generation, and maybe for the reason that we need to develop a sense of innovation in the private sector, and we are doing that in many different sectors, but we need also to provide new perspectives in politics. And it's with the new generation that it's possible to do that, to keep a fresh look, and maybe also to bring in new ideas. And at the European level, we need a lot of new ideas. In my capacity, I said, of Minister of Foreign Affairs, it was maybe interesting to discuss with you about the Eastern crisis with Ukraine, and through Ukraine with Russia, maybe to discuss about the Southern crisis with Syria, Iraq, Libya, and others, and maybe also through Syria again, a sort of crisis with Russia, and to explain what are the consequences of that. But I will try to draw your attention more on key internal elements, and maybe to discuss about the real European project. I mean, in some months ago, maybe some years ago, it was an economic project. due to the fact that we were facing the situation in Greece. Some years ago, it was maybe more a bank union, because it was needed to do something. I will say that so later, because we had the bank crisis coming from the US. But in fact, it's a political project, and we need to repeat that all the time. The European Union, it's not an economic project, it's also that, but it's first of all a political one. And it's the reason why we have now 28 member states, and we need to explain that we share, or we try to share, some common values. And so I will try just first to use this instrument, but then to say some words on those different elements. Because again, the first element is to repeat that we are not living just in an internal market. And I'm the first defender of a single one market. We need to do more on energy, on many different fields. But first of all, the European project is a political one. And if it's a political one, it's based on different values, I said, and we need to repeat that not only to those people coming to us on an individual basis, some refugees, some economic migrants, some other people coming to Europe, but we need also to repeat that to all the member states. And it's quite important, if we share a lot of values, to try to organize inside the European Union some new mechanism to be sure that it's possible for all the member states to pay attention to the values, and if it's possible, to have full respect for those values. You know that, and I'm knowing that as a former Minister of Finance doing so many years, there are many rules to be sure that it's possible for all the member states to stay in the line of all the different economic criteria to come in the European Union and then later to come in the Eurozone. But there are other elements than just the level of the debts, the level of the deficit, the inflation, the interest rates. There are other kind of criteria. There are some political criteria. And I was all the time very surprised to see that we have so many rules to control the economic evolution of the member states, and we don't have the same capacity to control the democratic evolution of the member states, the capacity to apply the same values and to have a respect, I said, for human rights and for different kind of order values. You see here a lot of reference about the way to think about the values in Europe. I will go back maybe to that at the end of my speech, but just to draw your attention on the last one. If you compare with the evolution in some member states, it's maybe not the same kind of approach to be concrete in Hungary and in Belgium, but it's not maybe the same ranking if you ask to some refugees coming now from Syria. It's maybe not the same ranking of the values. And draw just your attention on the last one, and the place of religion in this ranking. And just to say that, of course, it's very important to try to have a better understanding, and you are doing that in such a college. It's important to try to have a better understanding about 28 different cultures, maybe more, because we have some accession countries in the Balkans and Turkey and others. It's sometimes difficult to follow all the discussions in 24 different languages. I must say that in the European Parliament it's quite strange, because it's impossible to translate directly from all the different languages to all the others. So sometimes you need to pass through a second language before to translate. And so if you try to, you will maybe be able to do that in the future in your career. If you try to make a joke in the European Parliament, you need to wait, because you have some waves, one after the other, and I'm not sure that at the end the people are laughing about the same joke than the first. But that's also the European Union. But we need to understand more about that, and we need also to understand more about the internal situation everywhere in Europe, because we have so many elections everywhere that all the time we receive the same explanation. It's impossible to take such a decision. We need to wait after the election in Finland to discuss about Greece, after the election in another country to discuss about migration, and so on and so forth. So it's important, but just on that I want to say that if it was possible since more than 70 years now to live in peace, I'm not saying in Europe, but in the European Union, 70 years is maybe the longest term since many centuries. In the European Union, it was possible to extend democracy to the south, to Spain, to Portugal, to Greece. Before, they had a lot of dictature there, but also to the east, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. If it was possible to do that, we need to pay attention to that. And I want just to say, why not to think about, it's maybe your role, not only a convergence program for the member states trying to come in the Eurozone, and then a stability program to stay in, but maybe also to have such a convergence program if, just to give an example, Turkey tried to be a member of the European Union, we need to pay attention to the evolution of the human rights, to the equality between men and women and other kind of issues in Turkey. But if it's possible for one country like Turkey, or just to give an example, I don't want to mention one country, but Hungary, if we have Hungary on board, is it possible to have a sort of stability program about human rights, democracy, and all the different values that you see on this ranking? And I'm quite surprised. It's just one mechanism now, the Article 7 in the treaty, to suspend the voting rights of one member state, but it's a nuclear weapon. It's not enough. And we have asked from Belgium, with the support of the Benelux, I was in charge to say that in the General Affairs Council, we have said, why not a real capacity for the Commission to organize a real process about the political criteria of the membership of the European Union, and why not a real debate in the Council twice a year about all the member states. No, not twice a year for all member states, but 14 in the first semester maybe and 14 in the second one. We pay so huge attention to the figures about the deficit and the debt, and why not about our values? It is quite important. The European integration is that. And in the near future, we will have more and more discussions of that. And it was a success to have such an acquis communautaire, like we said. It was a success to have so many people coming inside the European Union, and we need to pay more attention to that. Just one mention about the first element that I said, peace, of course, is due to the European Union on the continent. I'm sure that for a part, at least, it's also due to the NATO. And so we need maybe to think about the capacity in Europe to do more about security and defense, and to have a real European pillar in the NATO, but not just to think that it's the duty of the Americans to organize peace on our continent. I was in Poland with the King and Queen some days ago, and I must confess that there are many people in Poland asking more from the NATO than from the European Union now, due to the situation in Ukraine. It's maybe important for the young generation to think also about the necessity to have such a capacity to provide ourselves the security to our citizens. And so defense and security is quite a real important issue also. I don't want to go further on that, just to say that, of course, when we are looking to the evolution, I was speaking about the situation in some member states and maybe some accession countries. There are many comments about the necessity to have in the near future also maybe about those values, different speeds in Europe, different dimensions of Europe. But it's not new. Don't be afraid about that. It will be your task maybe in your activities in the future to manage that, but it's already the case. With the Eurozone, we share the same currency, but in 19 member states, not in all. With Schengen, under pressure for the moment. We are not all in Schengen. It's maybe possible to express also the situation in NATO. We have 28 member states in the NATO, but it's not exactly the same than in the European Union. A part of the member states of the European Union are not in the NATO, and we have other countries on board. And it's the same with the opting in, opting out for a lot of elements. So we need to go further on that, and we need maybe to don't have a black or white situation like in the past. I mean, the accession process is that. You enter in the European Union or not. And if you enter, you need to apply all the rules. In the near future, we will have maybe other kind of visions with new partners. I don't want to go further on that, but in the Balkans, I'm sure that we need to go further. In Turkey, in other maybe countries in Europe, but not with the same kind of full membership maybe, and certainly not the full membership in the core group. I mean the core group, the Eurozone, because I'm sure that it's the core group now in the Eurozone. So it's quite important to say that, and to say that there are no other ways. Of course, it's possible to say we need to stop. And I've listened to the comments about the new borders and the new fence and the new walls everywhere. And I don't want to blame all the time those countries on the front line with the migration issue. But if we are going back to walls in Europe, why not to exclude some member states? Why not to go back to the six funders? And why not at the end to have a second occasion to make a war after the Second World War? And I'm not sure that is the best way to go back. And I'm listening to many Eurosceptics in Europe. There's all the time, or quite all the time, a link between such an idea, to be Eurosceptic, and to have a nationalistic view about the evolution of your country. It's, of course, not new. It was the common vision in the 20th century. But in the 20th century, I'm sure the situation was more difficult than in this century, if you look to two world wars and if you look to different other difficult situations. So it's quite important to stress the necessity to go further. I repeat, I'm a federalist, so don't be afraid about that, but maybe with different levels of federal approach. And then, of course, it's quite difficult to explain that to the public opinion now. Not just due to the migration issue, it's due more maybe to the economic crisis since a lot of years. Since the bank crisis, the sovereign debt crisis, we have a difficult situation in many countries, we have a very low level of economic growth, and of course it's a real reason to have a pressure on the institutions and on all the possible political discussions. But if you look to the reality, I want just to stress your attention to maybe your future job. If you become to be member of the European Parliament, of the Commission, of the Council of Ministers, I don't know, or the European Council, you will have a huge responsibility. Because I spoke just about Eurosceptics. I'm quite sure that the negative reaction in a part of the public opinion is not due, in the first line, to the Eurosceptics. It's more due to many members of many governments in Europe. They are taking part in many meetings in Brussels, and I've seen that since more than 15 years now. If it's possible to take quite a positive decision for your population in a European meeting, there are so many members of the different councils going back to their capitals and saying it's a national decision. We have taken in the country the decision to help you in such a different fields. If it's more difficult to explain, because there are some negative consequences on the people, it's Brussels. But if you explain all the time to the population, then the negative part of the business is just coming from Brussels. It's logical that at the end, there are some people seeking that Europe is the problem and not the solution. And so I want to say that it's a real responsibility for many politicians, for many people in charge of the decision, because all those decisions in Brussels are taken with the 28 member states around the table. And when you are going back to your home country, you need to explain that it's not the bureaucracy in Brussels, it's your decision. And that's very important. And I said all the time to my colleagues that to me it's difficult to do the same. Because as a Belgian minister, all the decisions are taken in Brussels, in the same street. I'm coming from one meeting to another one in the same street. So we need to take care of that. And to give an answer to that, we have made some progresses with the last European election. It was possible to, in the last European elections, to have a new president of the Commission. It was the leader of the largest political force in the European Parliament, and it was the decision before in the Parliament to say, and at the European level also in the Council, the leader of the first political force will be maybe the next president of the Commission, and it's the reality. So it's a first step. But Mr. Juncker was elected in Luxembourg only, to be also very honest. And so I'm sure that we need to do more, to go further. Of course, I took part in one group of foreign affairs ministers some years ago with my German colleague, Guido Westerwelle. We organized a lot of meetings and we have put a paper on the table with some proposals. And there are many people thinking about the election of a president of Europe. President of the Commission, of the Council, I don't know. But the president. Why not? It's maybe a possible dream for some people in Europe, but it will be very difficult to manage that, and we need to change the treaties and to change the minds also in many countries. But why not for a part of the members of the European Parliament to organize an election on the entire Europe, to give the capacity to all the citizens in all the member states to vote for the same people. And there are some possibilities to go to such an evolution without any change in the treaties. I mean, there are some reports saying at least it's possible to let the same candidates become to be on the list in different member states. Maybe not at all, but at the end, why not? At least a part of the members of the parliament, so two categories, some elected maybe on a local second constituency, but others with a European constituency. And that will give the capacity to have real European leaders elected by the population. Without that, I'm sure that we will have all the time such a lack of confidence, saying we have such a huge distance between the citizens and the institutions. And if you look, to be honest, to the European elections, there are national elections in many, many countries without a real debate. And it was a progress in 2014 to organize at least some debates among the different people in charge of different lists. And that gave also some difficulties about some specific discussions, like this one. I have some remarks about the possible conclusion of an agreement with the US in trade. I know that there are many discussions now, and in the society in Europe, but also in the US, there are many, many negative reactions. But first of all, we need to explain more what is it. So we need to try to use our capacity to explain that it's 60% of the GDP, it's the most important part of the international trade in the world between the US and Europe. But what are the problems? There are maybe some negative reactions about the US without any other reason than that. Because I'm quite surprised that it's possible for the Commissioner, Mrs. Malmström, to have negotiations with Vietnam, to try to be in touch with China, maybe in some years or some months with Cuba, without an internal debate. When it's become to be with the US, there are many, many reactions. The second problem is transparency. I asked since the beginning of the negotiation to publish the mandate. It was very, very difficult. That took many years before to receive an agreement of all the member states, not of the European institutions. The actual commissioner and the previous one agreed with that to publish, but it was blocked by member states. So in some member states it was impossible to have a real transparency, to say what are the real limits of such a mandate and what are the requests from the European Union to the US. And now it's the case. And then we need to explain more and more that there are until now just negotiations. I'm reading all the time that there is a treaty. If you read on internet many comments, it's like comments about a new treaty. It's not a treaty. Until now we are in negotiations. And we need to explain what are the possible agreements. And at the end, it will be the task of all the parliaments in the member states to decide. And in Belgium, it will be the task of 7 different parliaments to decide about. So the democratic debate will take place. It will be important to do that in all the different regions and communities in the country. But I just want to say that, of course, with real elections at the European level, it will be maybe possible to avoid that. And I'm sure that it's quite important to to go further with more and more explanations to the population. It's one part of the educational process. The other part of the educational process is to go further with innovation, and I'm sure that in Europe it's one of the next most important debate, how it's possible to invest more. And I want just to mention one element or two. The first one is in line with you, with maybe many students in the European process. It's important to invest more in innovation. It's important to have such a college with many people coming from different member states. And due to the Erasmus program, it's the same. It was a real success to organize the Erasmus program. And I'm sure that it's not only a success in the training of some students, but also to have a better understanding of all the different culture in the different countries. And now I read almost 30% of Erasmus students have met their partner for life during the program, so it's also a success. And I've seen that I'm hoping that it's still a success some years after, but I've read also in a report from the Commission that as a result of Erasmus, it is estimated that close to 1 million babies were born. And I'm sure that one of the best ways to understand the different culture and the different way to think about Europe. But another kind of reflection, we need to do the job now. I mean, in Lisbon, in 2000, it was possible to say we will have an evolution in Europe, and the European Union will become to be the more knowledge society in the world. It was the goal, with 3 pillars. Yeah. And I remember, because I was in the council at that time, Vice Minister of Finance, it was possible for quite all the leaders to have a phone call to explain that to their home country with a European GSM. Maybe for a large part of Nokia, maybe some Ericssons and others. 10 years later, we have decided to have a 2020 strategy. And I remember that in the Lisbon strategy, we have said we need to invest at least 3% of GDP in research and development to be sure that it's become to be the more important knowledge society in the world. But in 2010, when we decide about 2020, the same leaders, or others for some countries, had also a phone call, but sometimes an iPhone from Apple from the US, sometimes a Samsung Galaxy from Korea, but I didn't see many European instruments to do the job. So again, it's important to commit ourselves to do that, but it's better to do, really. And so education is not just about the capacity to have exchange among students and among universities. It's to invest in research and development to try to sustain growth and to be sure that we will have a real advance. It's sometimes possible in the pharmaceutical products, in chemicals, in others. We are leading sometimes the world, but there are also some real problems on other kind of issues. And so it's very important to boost innovation and not only education. A third element is about a real traditional discussion. To be concrete, is it possible for an island to join the continent? It's a very old story. We have tried to build a tunnel to do that. We will try maybe to build some other infrastructure, but is it possible to have a real capacity to organize an integration of UK inside the European Union? To be frank, I'm hoping that it will be possible to have Britain and all the different components of UK inside the European Union. I'm sure that it's possible to do that. But we need to face such a discussion, and like for the discussions with the US, in a transparent way. I'm sure that in the next weeks, we need to explain to the population and to the different parliaments what are the requests, the exact requests from UK, and what are the possible answers. There are still differences. I have said Schengen, the euro, opting out in different policies. What are the limits to my mind? It's impossible to organize an opting out on existing community policy. But for the future, it's possible for UK to go further with us in some policies or not. the most important element, I will go back on that, it's the monetary union. They doesn't want, they stay out. But for existing policy, it's not possible. But is it possible to understand the request of UK? Yes. In fact, it's the application of a very important principle in the functioning of the European Union, the subsidiarity. Is it needed to do all at the European level, or is it possible to let some competences at the level of the national states or the regions or the local authorities? But subsidiarity, that means also, is it not useful to organize more capacities at the European level to decide about defense, I said, due to the situation now on the eastern border of the European Union or southern border, about foreign policy, to speak with one voice in the world, about migration, we are facing that, about other issues. Is it possible to have a balanced situation? And in fact, we have started the process. If you look to the European Commission, the actual one, it's possible to say that they've started a process to give an answer to UK because, and also to other member states, they've stopped some legislative processes in different fields where it's maybe not needed to have new regulations at the European level. I've seen that Febelfin was a partner in this event. I was in charge of the presidency of the ECOFIN in 2010 for the second period. I was in charge in 2001. It's when the introduction of the euro. It was more funny to do that, to introduce the banknotes and the coins. 2010, it was more to have a better supervision on the banks after the bank crisis. It was not so evident. But also there, is it useful to enter in all the details or just to put into place the main important rules? And it's true for many different other issues. And so it's an answer from the Commission about that. And there are other answers, sometimes coming from the Court of Justice, because I've seen that there are many discussions in UK. It's maybe the most important one now, in line with the migration issue, is the social benefits. What are the limits to give the social benefits to those people coming to UK? But there are still now some limits. And we are doing that also in Belgium, with not people coming from Syria, from people coming from other member states. It's possible to put some limits, and it was repeated by the Court of Justice at the European level. So the national authority can refuse to pay benefits to workers coming not only from very far, but coming from the member states and have not worked for 6 months. So what is the discussion? I'm not saying that it's a good idea to stop to give social benefits to people having no work since 6 months. But if it's that the problem in UK, it's possible now to decide without any change. And so we will try to go further and to give an answer. But I repeat, I fully share the view that we need to have UK on board. That would be the decision of the citizens in UK at the end. And so there are some limits. We are open to do something, to make some progress, but not without any limits. And I was not surprised, but you have maybe followed the consultations in Scotland, and then more recently in Catalonia. Artur Mas, the president of Catalonia, is an old friend because we are discussing in the same political family sometimes. And I received also a letter from the government of Scotland, like my colleagues, I'm sure, in Europe. And both, Artur Mas for Catalonia and the government of Scotland have said, we want to go out. It's true. But out of UK for Scotland, out of Spain for Catalonia. But we want to say to you that, of course, we want to stay in the European Union. So I'm sure that there are many, many possibilities to manage the evolution in the European Union. And for UK, there are many possibilities to organize the discussions in the next weeks and months. But again, we need to think about maybe new mechanism to be able to give an answer to UK. Just two elements before to conclude. One very short about the monetary union. Of course, if we want to go further in the construction of the European Union, we need to do more in the Eurozone. I'm sure that is a core group of the European Union with 19 member states, and there, because we are sharing the same currency, we need to do more. We need to go to a real banking union. We need to do to a real economic union. Banking union, that means that the supervision is not enough. We need to be ready to solve maybe a new crisis. I'm not hoping that it will be the case, but if it's the case, we need to solve together the next crisis and not one by one in the different member states. The evolution to the economic union, that means to have some common rules. Not exactly the same, but we need to do more about social issues, about tax issues, and we need to try to have some common rules at the European level, but we need also to give maybe more capacity to the European Union to intervene. And why not? We have a High Representative for Foreign Affairs, we have a Trade Commissioner organizing all the negotiations in the name of the 28 member states with third partners. Why not a real Minister of Finance at the European level, having the capacity to impose something? Because, of course, we need to manage the solidarity. I've said that all the time about Greece. We need to give time, to give some capacity to move slowly with structural reform, but we need also to ask responsibility. And if it's not the case, it must be possible for the monetary union to take some decision from the European level, and so with a real Minister of Finance to do that. And of course, economic union is important, but social Europe is also very important, and so we need to not only have a convergence on budgetary side, monetary side, economic side, but social side. And I'm very pleased to see that since the decision in Germany to have a minimum wage in different fields, there are more and more discussions about that. It will be the only one way to fight against the social dumping. It's a huge discussion in Europe also, but if we have some minimum rules, not the same rules everywhere, but minimum rules. What are the rules about the minimum wage? What are the social benefits and the minimum social benefits in Europe? It's very important. The other kind of case is, of course, the migration, because just to say some words about that, it's maybe one of the best moment to prove that we have values. And I listen about the borders. Of course, I'm sure that one of the most important success in Europe is to don't have borders between the different member states, to have a free capacity, to have a free movement of all. And I'm quite surprised that there are many countries trying to do more to have free movement of capitals, of goods, of services, but for the people, it's more difficult. No, we need to let open the borders inside the European Union. That means that we need to do more maybe outside the external borders, and we need maybe to invest more in common on that. But the free movement inside the European Union is very important, and it's not just about the capitals and goods, it's also for the people. Solidarity is very important, and the rules, for the first time, it was a huge discussion. It was possible in the JAI, for the Council for Justice and Internal Affairs, to discuss about a possible decision with a qualified majority. And about the relocation, the resettlement, it was possible at the end to take a decision with a qualified majority. I want to say that it's possible following the treaties for foreign affairs. I'm not saying that we need to do that. If it's possible to have a consensus, it's better. But why not also to use sometimes the qualified majority in such a capacity? Because we have, for the moment, not only 100, 200 or 500,000, I don't know, migrants coming to Europe. We have 60 million people in the world. They are displaced for different reasons. Poverty, conflicts, lack of governance, violations of women's rights, and so on and so forth. But 60 million. If you look to the situation at our border, there are 2 million displaced people in Ukraine. There are not so far than 500,000 living now in Poland. But if you look to Syria, of course, there are millions of people in Syria, displaced people in Syria. And if you look to the map, and it's more now. In Turkey, it's maybe 2.5 now, coming from Syria and from Iraq. We need to be sure that, of course, our first duty is to help not only the neighbor countries to receive those refugees, but maybe also to help all the different partners in Syria or in Iraq or in Libya to find a way to a political solution. The only one real issue for the migration situation now, coming from the south of Europe, is first to solve the situation in the countries of origin, the conflict zone. Of course, and we try to do the job and to discuss about the transition in Syria, an inclusive government in Iraq, a national unity in Libya, and so on and so forth. The second one is, of course, to help those countries receiving a lot of refugees, and we need also to be open to fight against the trafficking, because there are many people making money on such a situation. But at the end, if we need such a global approach, we need also to prove that we have, I said, some values. And it's very important to welcome a lot of people coming from conflict zones. I mean, we have a Convention of Geneva, and if there are people coming to Europe and trying to receive a real statute of refugees due to the violences and the risk in their own countries, we need to give a positive answer. Of course, we need to manage that, but we need to give a positive answer. That means we need to go to a repartition of all those efforts in the European Union. But just to give one figure, if we receive, it's not the case for the moment, but if it's possible in the near future to receive 5 million refugees, that means 1% of the global population of the European Union. Of course, if they are all coming to 2 or 3 member states, it's become to be a huge problem. But 5 million is just 1% of the population. In Jordan and in Lebanon, you don't have 1% of the population. It's 30, 40, or 50% of the population coming there. And so it's all the time very important to explain that and to say that we need to do more. But I'm sure that the real problem, and in line with our values, will be not the capacity to welcome in the first weeks and months all those people. The problem will be to manage the integration of those people inside the European Union. I use the same word for individuals than for the member states. And why? Because first we need to learn languages, to be open to have a real integration in one of another member state. We need to try to provide jobs. But we need also to ask, because it's a real fear in many member states, we need to ask to have a full respect for the European values. I mean, and it's the reason why I draw your attention about the religion as the last value in the mind of many European people. If you see the ranking following the European Commission, if you discuss with the Muslim community, it's not the same. And I have full respect for that they're paying more attention to the religion. But I'm sure that one of the challenges in the near future in Europe will be to have a sort of moderate Islam in Europe, paying attention to the European values. It must be possible, just to give some example, to ask to pay attention to the equality between men and women. We are not at the end of the road in Europe about equality between men and women, but it's not a reason to agree maybe with other culture having another idea about that. We need to ask to those people coming to Europe to have a full respect for such a value. And there are others, so the relations between the religion and the state is also an important issue. But more than that, we need sometimes to organize the capacity. It was not easy during maybe some centuries to do the job with the Catholic Church in Europe. But why not to train the imams in Europe and not to agree that it's possible for some moderate community coming from Morocco, from Turkey. In Belgium is the case. We have, first of all, people coming from Morocco and from Turkey. But why is it so easy to come from very far with another kind of vision of Islam to Europe to be imams, to be concrete with a very different vision and more strict vision of that. So integration will be a real issue in the near future. And just to avoid some fears, there are so many people having a fear about others coming from abroad. It was possible to us to receive. Is that the European Union? First, the integration. In Belgium many years ago, it was not so easy to be Italian or Polish or Spanish. But it was possible due to the fact that we are sharing at the end the same values, and we have such an integration. I repeat all the time that we have received, again, just to take one example, in 1956, there were some problems in Budapest, and in some days it was possible for Belgium to receive 10,000 people from Hungary. During the Soviet Union times, we received thousands and thousands of people from Poland. We have explained that in the last days. There are maybe 100 people, I thought 100,000 people coming from Poland in Belgium. But of course, there are some other fears about the new migration, and we need to manage that. And to manage that, I'm sure that one of the best ways is to try to discuss with the Muslim community about such a model of Islam in Europe in line with the European values. But to conclude, I want just to say that sometimes I have problems in the parliament in Belgium and with the press and sometimes with some colleagues because I'm repeating all the time, and I'm hoping that it will be possible to you that we have some values, and we need to defend that on our territory in the European Union. But please, if you are going abroad, don't try to give lessons. There are too many Europeans walking everywhere in the world and giving lessons to the others about human rights, democracy, and so on and so forth. It's not the best way. We need to share an experience, an expertise. No more than that. It was needed in Europe to have 2 world wars, to have a genocide like the Shoah, and then in the 90s, Srebrenica, and wars among religions during many centuries before to be a European Union. So we don't have any lessons to give, but we have the capacity to share such an experience after so many years. And so, due to that, I want just to say that it will be your responsibility, maybe in the near future, to try to add some new elements in some new breaks in the construction of the European Union. And so I said at the beginning, if it's possible to you to keep a fresh look about the European Union, it will be very important, to bring in new ideas and to try maybe to build a more and more political project. I mean political project with political decision taken with a good relation with the population. So maybe in the near future with some change, I said, for the elections with the European Parliament and others. And I'm very pleased to have the capacity to explain that to you this morning. And of course, I've listened a quote from Nelson Mandela. In the introduction, I want to provide another one from the same president of South Africa. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So I'm hoping that it was the case this morning, and I'm hoping that it will be due to that for so many young people coming to Bruges, it will be possible in the future, in the next year, to manage Europe in a good way. And the best way to manage Europe is to think not first about money, not first about the migrants, but first about the values. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thanks very much for this very inspiring speech. I think by having agreed already to come to this event today, I have shown that you take the young generation seriously and are willing to listen and also to address the young generation. I must say you have covered a wide range of very substantial issues relating to Europe. And I discovered in your remarks on each of these issues so many elements of a fresh look that I think you are really part of the young generation. In any case, I would also like to say that I was very grateful and also impressed by the fact that you started with the subject of the values. You ended with the subject of the values, and I think there was a cross current through your entire speech of the importance that we always keep the values in mind. I understand that you still have a few minutes to answer questions, so the floor is open for questions and comments.
Does anyone have a question?
As a member of the old generation, I can
The young
try.
generation is coming.
I didn't put a tie to be a member of the young generation. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much. I must confess that I am a fan of yours. You should become the first finance minister of the Eurozone, I think, with all the experience you have. And I remember a quote, in European Union there are only small countries, only few realize, and some do not know that they are small. So the ownership, the political ownership you mentioned with regard to the political parties in the European Union, for me Belgium is very much an avant-garde in the European Union, because you have to fight with all the problems other countries have within the Union. But with regard to your parliament, the integration of political parties is the same system as we have it in the European Parliament on the European level. There are political families, but there is not really a party with an ownership throughout the federal state of Belgium. So what would be your advice to integrate that political union, Eurozone, whatever? How can we make this political, let's say?
It's true that it's maybe the reason why I'm so advocating for a European constituency for a part of the members of the European Parliament, because in Belgium we have the same problems. In another way, we had, of course, a normal parliament with a real central state and with a normal organization of the state and with constituencies everywhere on the territory, like in many other countries. But we are more and more a federal state. We have more and more competences in the hands of the regions and the communities in Belgium. So I'm sure that at the federal level, until now it was impossible, we need to think about a new way to elect the members of the House of Representatives. And for a part, and I've proposed that with my counterpart in the Dutch-speaking part of the country, among the two Liberals party, we need to have a federal, a national constituency. And we don't have for the moment. But it's a real problem because of what? Because also in our discussions in Belgium, it's possible to defend a very strong position for your region or your community against the other one. And at the end, you need just to go to the citizens of your region, of your community for the elections. And so the responsibility is not complete. It's just a discussion on one part of the country all the time. And as a member of federal government, I'm sure that it will be very important in the future to have such a single one constituency. And it's very impressive to see that the negative reactions are coming sometimes for very concrete political reasons at a certain moment of time. But first of all, coming from those people having another idea about the evolution of my country and saying that it's maybe better to split the country. Of course, if you want to have two separate countries, it's not needed to have a constituency at the national level. But in Europe, it's the same. I'm sure that to have a real responsibility to the citizens, but to have citizens thinking that the real responsibility is in the hands of the European leaders, we need to have a European constituency, at least for a part of the members of the parliament. The next step, in my mind, it's not to go to an election of a president. It's to go to a real responsibility of a real European government before the parliament, in front of the parliament. Commission, a mix, I don't know, but in front of the parliament. But that means that it may be possible, like in many countries, to have members of the parliament becoming to be members of the European government, commissioners, and it was the case in the last discussion. Why? Because with that, for the public opinion, it's also possible to see who are in charge for the moment. Just to don't be too long, but just to give an example, we have a huge crisis in Ukraine. There are discussions, and we are trying to implement the Minsk agreement. But the Minsk agreement with what kind of leaders are on the table? The Russian president, the Ukrainian president, the German chancellor, and the French president. I'm fully aware that we need to take care about the real capacity for larger states to be present at the table, but why not the European Union? With Iran, it was the European Union. But of course, if we want to discuss with Russia, until now it's maybe more efficient to ask to the German Chancellor to be in touch with the President Putin than to the President of the European Council or the President of the Commission to do the job. And that means that there is a lack of visibility, capacity to decide, and capacity to be in touch with the population. Because in all our member states, the most important elections until now are the national one, and not the European one. And so in Belgium we have the same discussions, of course in another way. We are not in an integration process, we are more in a process of not disintegration, but in a process to give more and more capacity to the regional level. But doing that, at the end, we will have the same discussion about the national constituency.
Thanks for the answer and the question. Yes, please, perhaps.
Thank you very much. So I have also one question from the perspective of the foreign first minister. I would like to know, with your own experience, how far is now discussion about common European army? So I know we have some few thousands of units of immediate reaction in Europe, but maybe also in order to face the situation in Ukraine as well as in Syria. I would like to know how far is the debate now and how far should it go afterwards? Because I think in field of foreign affairs and international relations, we went quite far based on the reform to Lisbon Treaty, but still when it's only about the common European army, it's quite hard debate, I know, and maybe that might be also a solution that the European Union is going to be considered also by global stakeholders as a real partner in debate.
But for the evolution on defense, there are different elements. First, to keep all the partners on board, I'm sure that it's better to speak about a European pillar in the NATO than to speak about a real European defense. I'm in favor of an evolution to European defense at the end of the process. But if we want to discuss with UK in the next months and in the next years to reinforce a real capacity to have a common action in defense, we need to do that inside NATO. And to me it's fine to have inside the NATO a real European pillar. What is possible? Now we are doing a lot, but not with all the partners. We are doing a lot on a regional basis inside the European Union. To give an example from Belgium, we are organizing our defense more and more with the Netherlands. We have the same navy. We are thinking about the capacity to do the same in other kind of part of the army, and there are the same evolutions in other parts of Europe. At the end, we need to be sure that it's possible to integrate many different partners. But there's another issue. I'm sure that it will be impossible to have a real evolution on that without a real evolution about an industry, a European industry for defense. To give again an example, we are in discussion to have new aircraft for the Belgian army after the F-16. We have the choice. American aircraft from the F-35 of others, but there are 3 or 4 different projects in Europe. Why it was so possible to organize Airbus and to compete with a real European industry for civil aviation, and why is it so difficult for the defense industry? And I'm sure that results, and it was very difficult in the last years, we have tried to do that with some but without a real evolution to a more integrated industry at the European level for defense, we will have many problems to organize the process. So first, a European pillar in the NATO with more and more collaborations among the different partners inside Europe on that, and then also the capacity to organize a real industry for defense in Europe. There are the 2 ways to do more. And you spoke about the stakeholders. I mean, industry is a very important stakeholder for the moment in defense, because with such a situation in the world, there are so many weapons provided by the industry that it's maybe the good moment for the European Union to think about a more important integration of our industry.
Well, thanks very much, Prime Minister. I think we should let you have your well-merited weekend, and also I think the next panel is going to start very soon. Thanks very much again.
My pleasure.
Bad Fripont. Der Bad Fripont. Jetzt machen wir noch zwei, oder?
Ich mag hier nochmal um sicher. Eins, zwei. Entweder an der Wende und wir haben hier auch noch ein Mikro für entweder ein zweites Mikro oder sie nehmen einfach dieses Mikro und ich würde später was Mikro neben Abwischen brauchen. Ich wollte Sie nur bitten, weil wir ein bisschen was tun. Ob wir um 12:45 Uhr schließen können. Das wäre zwar eine Viertelstunde länger als gedacht, aber das ist ja sehr nett. Vielen Dank. Wir haben direkt zwar gesagt, wir sollten die Zeit halten, aber es ging mir doch ein bisschen länger.
Und ich rede mit dem hier, ja?
Ist der Tier?
Why don't you join us perhaps a little bit more cozy in the first rows? No? So it's not the room is not that big. So good morning, everybody. We have a good hour to talk about the banking union and financial regulation. What way forward for Europe? My name is Henning vom Stein. I have the pleasure to head the office of Bertelsmann Stiftung in Brussels since a year, but I have some experience in Brussels in financial services as well as a public affairs manager. So I remember when my personal experience with this financial crisis was tremendous. I don't know if you have concrete souvenirs about this development of the financial crisis, but my favorite book experiencing this was this one, which was published in 2011. It was very much in the core of the development, and actually this book is comparing financial crises in 1931 with 2008. And it's astonishing what you can discover in how related crises are to personal relations, especially central bankers with finance ministers. So, but we will come perhaps later to this. Do you remember one of the favorite abbreviations in the financial crisis was credit default swaps? What is a credit default swap? A financial agreement whereby one side, the seller of the CDS, agrees to compensate the other side, the CDS buyer, in the event of a loan default or other credit event. So this was very much the core of the systemic crisis, I think, how it evolved in these years, and then spilling over to state debt crisis. We will have short interventions by our panelists, and I wanted to start with Matthias de Watry-Pont, who joined the National Bank of Belgium in that very core of the financial crisis in 2011 for a 6 years term. But you have also very much a researcher's background with the MIT in United States and the World Bank. So perhaps you will participate with us, your intervention first, some 5 minutes, and then the others of the panelists. I come back to you later. And then we will have a discussion about 30 minutes and then question and answers. Okay? Thank you so much. Voilà. Monsieur le Vice-Gouverneur.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm really happy to be here. Of course, it's a hard task to talk about the banking union and financial regulation, what way forward for Europe in 5 minutes. So pardon me in advance for being too short. I think the two terms are important, banking union and financial regulation. Because when you compare Europe today, and by Europe we mean the Eurozone, if we're talking of the banking union, we are talking on the other hand about EU 28 and the world when we are talking about financial regulation, but both things have happened. So clearly the crisis showed that banks were insufficiently regulated around the world for a number of reasons we can come back to. They clearly didn't have enough capital, and they were too illiquid. And it made them very fragile to bad macroeconomic shocks, and in particular when the housing market turned and started falling in the US. That created big problems in the US, but also in Europe that had, where banks had bought these complex products connected to the US housing market, the famous subprime. In the US, consumer protection was completely inadequate also. That was more a problem in the US than in Europe in general, even though Europe has, of course, also seen some really big housing crisis. Spain, of course, is the best example. Ireland to some extent. But for the rest, you know, if you think about a country like Belgium, Belgian banks didn't do well in the crisis. Dexia and Fortis are nightmare cases. But not because they did stupid things in Belgium. That was a problem of trying to grow too fast, and but also buying all that toxic stuff from the US. So I think there has been a number of things that have been done. I think everybody will agree. On the panel you have people who look at this from different sides, and I let them do that. As a supervisor, I do think we can be confident that what has happened, and it's called Basel III, and in Europe the translation of that is CRR, CRD4, all that stuff, I think goes in the right direction. Everybody agrees. There may be a debate about, is it going too far? Is it going not far enough? I would think that it's not going too far. I think it's still going quite some part of the way, and by now, at world level, I think there is some agreement that we should have a pause. There is still a debate about whether it's enough or not, but I think on that front, on liquidity regulation, which has been introduced now, it's called the LCR and the NSFR, and at capital solvency regulation, the capital ratio and the new leverage ratio, things have, I think, tightened. The question now is that possibly those that say that goes too far, they say, oops, my God, banks won't take risk anymore and lend to the real economy, and that's a problem for jobs and growth. And yes, we have to think about that. On the other hand, let's not forget that the biggest jobs and growth catastrophe is called the financial crisis. So what has happened in 2008 has led to the worst macroeconomic crisis in terms of reduction in growth, sustained reduction in growth since World War II. So, in peacetime, post-World War II, this is the worst. And so that has to be factored in. Now, this is at world level, and I think, but let's face it, the fact that more and more has been achieved means that you hear more and more voices about, oops, we should definitely not go further, and some are saying we should roll back a little bit. As I say, not go further for now. I would tend to maybe agree with that. Roll back, I think dangerous, but that's my view. Now, then on Europe, there is this additional thing about the banking union. Because as you know, Europe, even though the crisis started in the US, since 2011, Europe has done less well than macroeconomically, GDP-wise, than the US or, for example, UK. While the UK was hit harder than the Eurozone in 2008 because they are a more bank-centered economy, less industrialized and more bank-oriented. The UK, they do two things extremely well. Banking, well, not always well, but they do that a lot. And universities. They do less, cars and stuff like that. That is done more in continental Europe. Now, this being said, the UK economy today is in better conditions, on average, than the Eurozone. Why? Because the Eurozone was hit since 2011 by the sovereign debt crisis. Because basically we have one money for 19 countries, and maybe that creates some problems. And let's not go into that. But and therefore, given this euro crisis, the banking union was introduced. Is the banking union a good idea? Yes, I think there is a consensus on that so far. Of course, we haven't had a big banking crisis since, but I think right now everybody is saying it's a good idea. And by the way, I think for Europeans at heart, and I guess we are Europeans at heart, here it's also nice to see a new project that Europe is able to introduce after the euro. A new project that is generating some consensus, and we go forward and all that. So banking union is a good idea. Is it the magic bullet that will prevent any further banking crisis? No. Let's face it, it's not something, it's one element of a solution, it's not all of it. So we received some questions. Is it enough to break the bank sovereign nexus? It helps, but it's not enough. We definitely need all these other things that make sure to discipline public finances, even though, let's face it, we shouldn't go too far on austerity, and I think there is a debate. But definitely, we need to try and make sure that we have more diversification of risks within our economy. So banks should diversify their sovereign portfolio, which happened following the introduction of the euro before 2007, but has been reversed a lot. The so-called home bias has been reversed a lot. Partly that has helped in terms of kind of maintaining, for example, Southern Europe's access to capital markets. For example, in Italy, their Italian banks have helped. On the other hand, it had made them more fragile, and we need to try and find a way to have more diversification. We are discussing these kinds of things intensively.
Matthias, perhaps we could have these questions for the discussion afterwards, just to make the. Then no, it was just to facilitate, because Deputy Prime Minister went a little bit far in time, so we have to hurry up a little bit. So, but thank you very much. New project was the banking union. I take so far. It was pressed by the crisis to come to birth, but it is there today, so thank you for this, Matthias. So coming back to this financial crisis, also mentioned this morning, Deputy Prime Minister said it came over from the US. David Schäfer from London School of Economics. So wasn't it possible to detect this, or where was the academia in detecting a false development? Perhaps you give us your thoughts about.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be on this distinguished panel. What is the role of academia? I indeed elaborate in my presentation quite a lot on the role of ideas, so economic ideas, how they were instrumental in shaping banking union. And I would even argue they were crucial in getting it about. So I do not talk about the economics of banking union, but about the politics of banking union. So about the political process leading to it and what was crucial. Indeed, the banking union is the result of policy reversals, on the one hand, on the side of Germany, who was very reluctant until 2012 when it finally came about, but also what is frequently overlooked of France. If you look back to Maastricht Treaty negotiations to Nice, France was very reluctant, but also France kind of changed their mind on this. How did this come about? I would emphasize 3 points. A very evident one, the role of the crisis. Historians embark on a huge debate, a classic debate. Is history made in a crisis situation or in quiet times in a step-by-step process? Banking union is probably a very clear case to say history is made in crisis. To what extent a crisis tells us that something has to happen, something will happen. It does not tell us what will happen, and I think this is where economic ideas come in. And specifically crucial, I would argue, was this idea of a vicious circle between banks and sovereigns. If we look back at this now, we think this is, of course, clear. It's evident. We all know this vicious circle exists, but we did not know this back in 2011. This is kind of a learning process in the crisis. Triggered first by think tanks, Bruegel, it diffused to the Commission who promoted this. This vicious circle idea made its way in the Four Presidents report. Finally, the European Council took it up. But we would probably not have banking union without realizing that there is a huge banking dimension in the crisis. And it's not only a fiscal crisis, as it was seen in the first years of the crisis, with the Greek example kind of setting the way of how to solve the crisis. And this is, I think, quite a significant policy change. It's a bit away from put your own house in order, the German doctrine, to a certain amount of risk sharing. And this is, I think, this risk sharing is led by discovering this vicious circle between banks and sovereigns. What is also crucial for banking union is, I think, a favorable constellation of interest. EMU is, we have huge German dominance, an incredible German dominance in EMU. If you speak to negotiators, you hear hilarious stories about German dominance, about other countries, and working groups refusing to speak before the German representative has spoken because they fear they might have a different opinion. Everyone wants to strike a deal with Germany. Doesn't matter which other countries. Whenever they get a deal with Germany, they know they're safe. They know if Germany is against them, they have a problem. So everyone is focused on Germany very much. And here in banking union, I think we had a slightly different constellation of interest because the Netherlands, a strong ally of Germany, was very favorable towards banking union. This left Germany by and large isolated on banking union on many instances. And this is favorable to, of course, bring about a deal with the Germans as well. I elaborate a little bit on France and Germany, the Franco-German tandem, because I think they are very representative for the broader two coalitions in EMU. The Northern Coalition, Germany, Netherlands, Finland, on the one hand. On the other hand, the Southern Coalition, France, Italy, sometimes Spain, Portugal is mostly in there. Because, I think these two coalitions, they show us what are the interests, the differences, the different interests in financial regulation, what are the different ideas. If we look at interests, if we look at Germany, we see the many savings banks, the Sparkassen, which are very powerful in Germany. which are very inward-looking. So it's an inward-looking banking sector which does not really have an interest in opening up the market. Because these sparkas and the savings bank, they're very strong. They have a strong political lobby on the regional level, on the local level. And so the government, the federal government, has tight hands regarding opening the markets. If you look at France, you see the exact opposite, with very few super large banks dominating the market, an outward-looking banking sector, pushing for further liberalization to increase the market. We see Germany, France here at the opposite ends of the spectrum, what of course makes deals difficult here. They are also at the opposite end of the spectrum. If you look at the predominant ideas of further integration, we have on the one hand the Germans, which focus very much on preventing moral hazard, so very reluctant to agree to risk sharing. And the general saying is we need first political union and then a social union. So first, nation states have to give up control on the European level. Once they've done this, we might perhaps also agree to some risk sharing. So only if national governments, for example, have no means to influence the banking sector, then we can have a deposit scheme, for example. But this is only, the deposit scheme comes after giving up control. A French set of ideas is a bit the opposite. First you create joint instruments, then the political union comes afterwards. So first you create an instrument, like for example a joint fund for bank resolution, and that you give up the remaining competence of national governments is the step that, it's not really desired, but might follow afterwards. And these two, if you look at these two different ideas, it boils down to the same question, which was, which also shaped the Maastricht negotiations, which led to the introduction of the euro. What comes first, political union or social union? With the Germans saying first political union, first give up control, and the French say no, first a social union. So first we create joint instruments, we pool our resources, create a joint liability, and then there comes joint responsibility afterwards. So after elaborating on these different ideas, on these different interests and ideas, what is remarkable, I think on the one hand we see quite an interesting change. We see France in favor of centralization in banking union, and Germany being very reluctant. Historically, this was the different pattern, with Germany having the reputation of being more the federalist of the two states. I think this has slightly changed in recent years. France has to some extent federalized, also as a protection against German dominance, and Germany is more reluctant. We see, if we look in the future, the outlook of EMU, what does this tell us? Then I'm, on the short term, rather pessimistic, because this two different ends, Germany and France, they are quite far apart from each other, and I don't see how this is bridged. The Germans insist that first, now in a new non-paper, which many of you might have read, which was leaked, where the Germans elaborate on the future of financial regulation, future of the banking union. They say very clearly, well, we have no appetite for the common deposit scheme. First, we have to implement what was agreed before. We have to make the bail-in work. We have to test the bail-in. To test the bail-in probably means we have to wait for some cases. We have to wait for the next crisis. So there's little appetite on the German side to go on now. It's a typical gradualist approach, one step after the other, but never two steps at the same time. So I don't see a lot of progress in this area. Capital Markets Union, we have to see whether it will really fly. The proposals are fairly modest, so I would not expect too much progress in the short term. However, in the long term, and this is where I'm more optimistic, there is a functional need for more integration. Governments can resist this functional pressures for quite some time, longer than we normally think they can. But in the end, I think this pressure is just will be too big, and there will be further integration in this area as a matter to prevent that EMU dismantles. The compromise will, I think this is relatively clear, be somewhere a compromise between the German and the French paradigm. We do not know where in between these two, but I think this is the only way it is realistic to proceed. And there will, therefore, I think in the long term, EMU will further develop, but I don't see this in the short term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So we had one point here from Matthias and saying, okay, we clearly have seen that banks were undercapitalized. Now we have another issue that the risk sharing was coming up after the crisis and saying, where is this connex between the sovereign and the banks? So banks didn't have to build up capital for buying loans, government loans. This was a new step has to be taken or had to be taken during the crisis. So Michel Vermarke, as a CEO of a banking federation, the Belgian Banking Federation, there was clearly also the experience then that banks, and David mentioned that, had become too big to fail for countries. So what is your view on this one?
Thank you. I've been listening with great interest. Happy to be here. I've been, of course, being privileged in a certain sense of being in the midst of it, as not only the Belgian banks, some of the Belgian banks went through the crisis, but that the whole European banking system and the world banking system went through a crisis. Let's be very clear. I have never heard any debate within the banking sector that there should be no need for regulation or supervision. Quite to the contrary. Banks do play a crucial role and need to be regulated and need to be supervised. The question is how and to what extent and how effective and how does it serve not only to make sure that the banking system is stable, so it does not run into problems, because let's also be very clear, this ought never have to occur. But banks should also be able to fulfill their key role, which is, at least for the Belgian banks, to finance the real economy, and I do insist on financing the real economy. So it's a balance to be found between stable, sustainable banks that can fulfill their role in financing the economy. We always say in Belgium, 2015 is not 2008. Unfortunately, some of our large banks, and not all banks run into problem, only some large banks, but unfortunately when larger banks run into problems, they create major problems, have adapted and have been changed. Just to give you some numbers, because numbers can also be important, the total assets of the Belgian banks have come down from more than 1,500 billion euros to 1,000, roughly. Their own funds, their prudential capital buffers, have been increased by 25, so they have come down by about 30%. They have increased the capital buffers, and most importantly, they have reduced the leverage factor, which is what can they do with their own funds, and how much can they borrow, has been reduced by more than 40%. Two, yes, it was needed that capital buffers had to be increased not only by raising additional capital, but also increasing the capital requirements. Fortunately, this was tackled at international level through the Basel Committee, and then with also a European directive. Supervision had to be changed. In Belgium, the supervisory system was changed, and now it's in the hands of the National Bank together with the European Central Bank. We think that is a good thing, that we have now supervision within the Central Bank and at the ECB. And by the way, I want to compliment the European Central Bank for having put in place a single supervisory mechanism so quickly, and I can tell you it works. We always say, can always improve, but it's remarkable that in 2-3 years it was put in place and that it works. What was striking was in 2008, and what was somewhat missing was systemic oversight. It was strange to see that there was supervision at individual bank level, but the whole interconnectedness of the whole system, the systemic issue, had to be dealt with. That I have also to congratulate Europe for having put in place a European Systemic Risk Board, which is producing from time to time on a regular basis its reports. It allows everyone to follow how systemic risk is evolving in the European market. I think that's remarkable, and I'm always surprised that it doesn't get more attention at these reports in the press. Also very important is the topic of structural reform. Myself, I'm not only the CEO of FEBAFIN, but I'm also member of the Executive Board Committee of the European Banking Federation and chairman of the European Bank Federation Task Force on Structural Reform. Structural reform is about the question to know to what extent can savings be used by banks to be active in financial markets. Those who claim that banks should not be part of the financial markets, good luck with financing the real economy. There are some very useful things to be done by being active in the financial markets to the benefit of society and the economy. Of course, the question is to know how far can you go. In Belgium, or Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated, sometimes we are in the front runners. We're also in the front runners, thanks also to Matthias, who was behind the scenes a co-architect of structural reform in Belgium. We have put in place structural reform whereby banks are not allowed to do trading for their own account, and whereby their trading for the benefit of their clients is also limited, in order to make sure that they can fulfill their role to finance, in particular, the small and mid-sized enterprises. So when they issue shares, that somebody at least will be trading in these shares, because if nobody is trading in these shares, nobody is going to buy these shares, and then these companies cannot finance them in the financial market. This is what's called market making. So banks have to be able to fulfill their role also in market making, in particular for the local economy. And second thing is export finance for a country like Belgium is very key. 80% of our economy depends on export. Who is going to finance the export? You need banks capable of supporting export. And if you want to export to China, for instance, companies want to limit their exposure on foreign currency risk, and they go in to see a bank and they ask their bank, can you also help me in covering my exposure on foreign currencies? Now, therefore, a bank also needs to be able to go into the financial market. So that's where role banks have to be able to play. That's when they have to trade, they have to find coverage on that exposure. So we very much believe, yes, the regulation and supervision had to be tightened. It also had to address systemic. It was better to do it at European level, but the key thing is to know where is the right balance so that banks are stable, but at the same time can fulfill their role in financing the real economy in all its aspects, as we know in Europe, and still that banks ought to remain competitive, because if tomorrow we don't have European banks that are competitive, and if we have to leave it all to non-European banks, that also might not be in the interest. Somebody once said that today's problems have been caused by yesterday's solutions, and yes, some are afraid that today's solutions might cause tomorrow's problems, so it's always about finding the right balance and listen to all the different opinions and make sure before we decide that there is also a cumulative impact assessment. With this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Michel. So it was very much the role of banks, the balance of their activities in the economy. Exciting to know that you had also this reflection on the systemic oversight in 2008, but also with regard to this role, Katarzyna Hanula-Bobbitt, you are here as a member of the most recent organization, which is Finance Watch, which was put in place in 2010 by members of European Parliament, because there was this impression that nobody had really seen the crisis coming, and there was this impression that the banking sector had disconnected from its original role in financing the real economy, disconnected into something which was on its own. So what is your impression today? Has this banking union as a fixed point, as a new result, a very important project today, has this significantly stabilized this situation, which, as Michel said, was over-leveraged before? And how is the situation from your side today?
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. So to start, the banking union. The banking union is a development that was created because the banks were too big for the national sovereigns to handle the potential losses. What was created, we can call it's the half glass full of half empty, but I like to call it always full, sometimes with a hot air. But so we created a single supervisory mechanism, single resolution mechanism that are already implemented. And what we are missing is the backstop. So who at the end is going to pay? Are there going to be still taxpayer and public finances that is picking up the check, or there is going to be some common burden sharing? We still are not really sure, but the European Stability Mechanism gets some powers to direct in the capitalization. What is most important is the credibility. Are the governments going to be credible enough to use those tools that they have? Or there is something else needed? What we think that wasn't addressed yet is that the banks are still too big to fail. And I'm really happy that we moved towards the banks financing of the real economy, because what we saw, it's European banks provide less than 30% of their balance sheet to actually deal with no financial institution as their clients. So the question of who are we financing and what really the bank that we should support and who should we pay at the end remains, I think, the major question in that. What we trying to do in Finance Watch, we are trying to look at the stability, the financial stability, and if the regulation actually is easing the way that banks and supervisors can operate, or it's just creating additional burdens and layers. And we think that at this moment, the banking union is still not finished. We still need some additional commitments that should be made to make it really feasible, that the Europe can fully feel like they can move forward. What we would like to say, and probably Michal is not going to agree with me, is that we think that we should reform the structure of the banks. We think that the banks are too big, and if the banks are too big, no matter how good mechanism of resolution you're going to put there, how many smart people you're going to put to supervise those banks, if you cannot really say what's their activities and how they are connected and how they are interconnected, then the mechanism is going to jam. And to stabilize the situation, what you will have to do, we would put additional resources to stabilize it at the end. So right now we are living in a little bit different environment, because we are moving away from the financial stability and the prudential rule towards the growth and job agenda. So the new Commission put additional union, which is the Capital Markets Union, which should diversify the source of funding. So we cannot be relied anymore on banks. We should also develop capital markets, which is a very good idea, because Europe needs innovative startups. We need a little bit more risk to be taken. We need to be a little bit more competitive. And not only banks, because I believe that we should not jeopardize the stability just to make bank competitive. We should have stable banks that actually have the sources to finance the economy in the way that they should do it. So they should be more relationship-based lending rather than capital market short-term financing, and more provide those type of activities towards capital markets. But capital markets in the short term, as presented by the Commission, is still fueling the too big to fail banks. It's fueling the securitization, which is not bad. But right now, simple and transparent is not yet defined. And we have to think if we are not trying to repeat the same mistakes that were causing the crisis. And then what is the next thing? We're trying to revive market making, the over-liquid markets that are, the liquidity that is there. It's just going to be more and more. So we have to connect those liquidity to the real projects. We cannot just make it that there is some profit making profit, but the profit is only fueling the boss of financial institutions. So the question is about, as always, about the proportionality and the equilibrium. What do we want to achieve at the end?
Katarzyna, thank you very much. So again, interconnectedness and systemic risk and this supervisory issue. And we have here on our list a question in how do we establish a financial system that is less prone to systemic risk? For instance, by higher capital requirements. There was a directive of European level, but in the core there was very much also this liquidity problem. Not only the capital problem, but also the liquidity problem. So, Matthias, you are a member of in a couple of supervisory organizations, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision within the European Central Bank. What is your impression? Did actually change in the process, not by rulemaking, but also in the process of these organizations, in actually to get grip on a situation, as Katarzyna describes, as disconnected and too big for actually the countries who are taking the risk?
Well, I think that it's true that the view that big is beautiful, which was a bit the view in both Europe and the US before the crisis has moved. Let's remember, I mean, again, I'm Belgian, sorry about that. I come back to these cases. But when Fortis and Dexia embarked on their cross-border banking adventures, I think European Commission applauded. Finally, we go from national champions to European champions. Great, we want to do it. In Belgium, people said, finally, entrepreneurs with ambitions. Now, and by the way, the owners of these companies was not just the manager. The owners of the companies did say, yes, let's go. Then when it crashed, of course, people tried to find people to blame. But I think there was this view that the single market in Europe is good for banking too. Then came with the crisis, and in Belgium, like in other places, with the crisis came the view that indeed big can be dangerous. In Belgium, it's the big banks that created problems, not the small banks. Now, the balance has turned to some extent. There are now these global, systemically important financial institution capital add-ons. So more capital is required for the biggest banks in the world. As was said by David, for example, in the Eurozone now, there are 8 or 9 of these, 4 of them in France. So France is a country with really big banks that, by the way, did better on average than other countries' banks in 2008. So there's probably a reason, therefore, that they are big now, because they survived better. Which doesn't mean they will still do well in the future. We have to be careful. Now, I think indeed people can abuse the too big to fail idea, and that's dangerous, and it's partly being addressed. And now, when you look at the information of rating agencies, that we have to always be careful with rating agencies, but they tell you things that is useful too, they seem to suggest that the implicit too big to fail subsidy has gone down already a lot. So there is an idea to really try and beef up both the governance and the capitalization and so on of these banks that makes it less of a problem. Moreover, we have to be careful. While big can be dangerous, small can be dangerous too. If you look at Spain, I think that's the best example. In Spain, they have 2 of these big banks, Santander and BBVA. They managed the crisis much better than all these cajas, these savings banks that lent a lot to within Spain and then really got into big problem when the economy crashed there. While these big banks were more geographically diversified. And in particular, they had activities in Latin America, which in 2008 was doing well. And it will be a big question again with the banking union. Now that we have centralized, maybe we haven't done everything is right, but we have already centralized supervision and resolution, and we don't have common deposit insurance, it's right, but we have bail-in, so we don't need deposit insurance at some level, if bail-in is credible, but we can come back to that. But so it will become a big debate. Are we ready, and do we need pan-European banks? That will, I think, be a big debate. Frankly, the academic evidence shows that economies of scale, so returns to size in banking, are much lower and possibly non-existent in comparison to, steel cars, all that stuff, planes. It's obvious that you need to be big to be efficient. Banking, less obvious. But the geographical diversification maybe help in our, let's say, imperfect monetary union, where we have asymmetric shocks. And so that, I think, will be a big debate. Beyond that, on liquidity, I think it's helping reducing the fragility of a number of banks, including some of these big banks. It's true, Fortis and Dexia, their huge growth was fueled by the access to very, very short-term funding that made them very fragile. Today, Dexia would not be possible anymore, and thank God.
Yeah, and the Royal Bank of Scotland buying all these tiny banks all over. I remember the situation very well, that we were discussing the broader home market to become bigger. And to become bigger, why? To become competitive with the United States. So that was in the good old 90s. And the question for later, perhaps, did actually the euro fuel this development? But perhaps for later. Michel, this situation Matthias just described within the industry to become champions, and this motivation, this running course for bigness. How, since you are also a member of the older generation, I'm lucky they didn't mention this on the program. I remember another crisis in 2002. It was a dot-com crisis. They were always talking about new economy and old economy. The new economy has gone, and the older generation is still there, right? But how do you remember this spirit of getting big on a global scale? And what was perhaps also the interconnection between those who were motivated in the European Commission to make that possible and those who had to drive the car?
Yep. Well, about this .com, .ho crisis of 2000, at that time I was Secretary General of what today is Proximus Belgacom. And so that was when the media, the telcos were fully expanding into that field. Fortunately, Belgacom did not do that, but some others did. So that, yeah, sometimes people go to discover new frontiers. Now, coming back to, I started my career in the 80s, coming back from the United States at General de Banque, which was then the predecessor to Fortis. I heard people say at that time that we had a reform of the financial industry, financial regulation, which was called Big Bang. Well, the bang it turned out later on, whereby the idea was that, look at Belgian banks, Europe is coming, and I'm somewhat making a caricature of it, but for the simplicity of the argument, Europe is coming, so Belgian banks, you should go Europe. And we are going to open the Belgian markets, and so you will have a lot more competition on your inner market, and your future lies outside Belgium. Now, today, 83% of the 104 banks in Belgium have their headquarters outside Belgium. So the strategy of opening the Belgian market has worked. The Belgian banks had to go and find their niche outside Belgium, and had to do this from a small country base, and had to go and find in a smart way, or not smart way as it for some turned out later on, their new markets. And I think what Matthias has indicated, yes, the people were looking at the opportunities, but maybe not always fully cognizant about the potential implications if things were going to go wrong. And then if things were going to go wrong, who was going to help and support it? And it would have been better if the banking union already would have existed at the time that European banks were entering into the European single market for banks. Lesson to be learned at some price. Now, I was here. There's a study by Bruegel Institute, which I don't think is a bad think tank, if I may say, where they have looked at all these measures that have been put in place. They are of the opinion that if and when all these measures that have been put in place, new capital requirements, new liquidity requirements, new supervision, and the resolution and recovery, and all these things, when they are put in place, that actually the bail-in risk, or the bail-out risk, for governments having to come in, is dramatically reduced by more than 99%. I'm only a lawyer by training, so I'm not going to argue with anybody about the mathematical formulas, but it's quite interesting that this study is out. Also would like to say that on this argument that banks, that, what was it, only 30% was linked to the real economy, I have problems in believing this. Because We have looked at it for the Belgian, so I just want to share. I will talk about what I know. The assets of the banks, so the loans, the portfolio that they have, they are being weighted for their risk. Let me put it this way to make it clear. Probably a risk on Germany is a better risk than one on Greece. So you do a weighting of the risks. That's done with the supervisors. For the Belgian banks, 85% of all their risk-weighted assets are linked directly to credit, loans. 10%, even more than 10%, is operational risk, business continuity. Only 2-3% is related to trading, and in these trading assets are things which are necessary for the economy, like helping the export and helping market making for local shares. That's a number for Belgium, 2014.
So there are still
So I think that
differences.
2015 is not 2008, and when one is looking at these numbers, it's good that also to look at it with the supervisors, because I think that supervisors are best placed to really assess, together with the banks, with the auditors, the real risk of a bank.
On this, Matthias, directly.
Maybe just quickly on this issue of indeed the link between banks and the real economy. Well, first of all, let me confirm the numbers by Michel. It is true that indeed in Belgium the part linked to trading and the like is really let's say it's definitely manageable, limited. Of course, these numbers take advantage a little bit of the fact that trading in sovereigns may have zero risk weight and the like. But still, I do think it is true. Now, Belgium, and as Michel said, does have introduced a structural reform law, which I was happy to hear Michel not criticizing. So now let us face it. So we do forbid prop trading, proprietary trading. We do allow for trading linked to client needs and the like, but we cap it, both in terms of market risk and in terms of size of the balance sheet. The reason why we were able to do it is because, let's face it, Belgian banks are not very much into that line of business. And there I would agree with Katarzyna that there are quite significant banks in Europe, not in Belgium, but in Europe, that are more problematic on that front. And some of these global SIFIs from France or Germany are a bit more in that thing. And therefore there is a big discussion, a difficult discussion at the level of Parliament, Council, Commission and the like. And we'll see what will come out. But I think I do have sympathy with Katarzyna's idea that in some banks, this part of the balance sheet, which is not linked directly to what we like banks for, because I think some of us may have a love-hate relationship with banks, that on the one hand, oh my God, they cost us too much money, but on the other hand, of course, we want them to keep doing the two things that only they do, which is keeping care of our deposits and all that stuff and allowing us to have liquidity, and on the other hand, lending to those people who don't have any other option than banks, households and SMEs. And that, I think, is indeed the key, how to make sure that they do that well enough, and they don't do too many other things. I think in Belgium right now it's okay.
May I come back on your example on prop trading? How, since the situation within the single market and the different business models of banks is, as you described, and Michel, you too, how does this regulation from the European level translate into Belgium national legislation in your case?
Well, right now there isn't yet European regulation. So they are still talking about it. So right now what you have is, so the US has decided only to outlaw prop trading. So that's the Volcker rule. The UK, interestingly, is, I think, the toughest of them all. So some people talk about the UK exception like. It is the UK being allowed to be stricter, which I think is always fine because Basel and CRR, CRD4 are only minima and everybody is allowed to do tougher things. Right now, what France has done is preventing prop trading. And in Belgium, we prevent prop trading and we also cap trading activities in general because we understand that they can be useful in the real economy, but we shouldn't go too far. Indeed, especially in a small country where you have exporters that need some insurance against foreign exchange variability. If the bank insures them, it takes a risk. So maybe it can balance this risk with some other, but in the meantime, there is a risk. So you don't want to outlaw that stuff altogether, but it has to be kept in. Now, right now, the Belgian law is in force since last April, I think, April 2014. If at some point a European rule comes, we'll have to adapt, which is fine, that's Europe. But right now, we are still talking and there is nothing. So it only applies to banks that have legal personality in Belgium. Okay. So,
this is an interesting.
I agree with saying that nothing, of course, the prudential rules have been tightened, the supervision has been tightened, and there is more. And the ECB is taking, at least for the banking union-based banks, is taking common view at their risk with tightened regulation and with tightened supervision. So there is more a general approach and more tightened rules already in place. But the open debate is still, there is a text of the European Council which has gone to Parliament with a proposal on European structural reform.
Before I come to you, David, on this risk-sharing element, again, back to Matthias and saying, it's interesting that you, let's say, national legislation does not wait for the European one to come. There is a mutual inspiration by four-core rule transatlantic coming from the United States, and you look to France and you do regulation on the Belgium shore. Is that true that there is also some kind of de facto harmonization of rules within Europe?
Well, if I can be frank here. I think, of course we all love Europe, but let's face it, we all have elections at national level. And I think, frankly, what prompted a Belgian law, in particular on this highly symbolic topic of structural reform, was that the government didn't want to go in front of the voters in May 2014 with the opposition saying, haha, you haven't done anything. And saying, we wait for Europe may not convince everybody. So I think the view was, if there is a hole right now at European level, because it takes time to agree at 28, I'm going into political science here, but I think, frankly, they say, okay, we'll adapt when Europe will come with a rule. Of course, there is a hierarchy of laws, we agree that. But in the meantime, we show that we have done our homework. And I think that's the reason why.
I do expect a question later from your side on this one. But David, again, risk sharing, the connects between the sovereign and the banking sector and backstop and what do we have? A bail-in, bail-out. Can you explain to us, because we disconnect perhaps a little bit from our audience here, can you explain for us what it all means?
Yeah, sure. Happy to do this. Bail-in, what's the discussion about bail-in? What we've all seen, and this is everyone is familiar, I think, bail-out, default, so the states step in, provide the taxpayers money to bail out the bank, so to bear the losses, to avoid that the bank defaults. Financial instability because you have contagion. The idea of bail-in is pretty much a German idea. Banks pay for banks, so the investors, if a bank defaults, it's the investors who have to bear the loss because they invested, they took it. So why shouldn't you make them pay? There is no investment without a risk. Therefore, this sounds very logic, the bail-in idea. The question is, the big issue, bail-in, it's a pretty new concept. it's the big German response to the crisis. We don't really know if it will work. All the hopes are on bail-in. Bail-in, the problem is you force banks to bear losses, and this might, of course, also cause contagion. In single cases, that's probably not that much of an issue, but if you have a systemic banking crisis and you have bail-in, it's quite certain you have contagion. I think everyone knows it of the policy makers, of the decision makers, that in a systemic crisis, bail-in is probably not an accurate answer, not the only answer. Then the problem is if bail-in doesn't work, what other instruments do we have? Or let's not say if it doesn't work, but if it's not sufficient. And then we come to the risk sharing issue, I think, at the second step. You can create joint funds, as it was done in the banking union, the Single Resolution Fund. The banks pay contributions into this fund ex ante, so before a crisis. If there is a crisis after the bail-in, you can use this fund. So the money pooled from the banks to cover the costs of bank resolutions. Here I'm not certain if the banking union is sufficient. There's this fund with roughly 55-60 billion euros, which is not a lot. If bail-in works, you can absorb many of the costs. If bail-in does not work as we want it to work, then this money is very soon used for very few cases. So here the question is this fund big enough? If this fund is not big enough, then what is the next step? And then we go a lot deeper into risk sharing. Then we need probably a fiscal backstop. So the states, the taxpayers' money, stepping in to put an end to the crisis. And there is no real agreement on the European level. There is an idea of direct bank recapitalizations with the European Stability Mechanism, but this was never used so far because conditionality is very high. Many Southern European member states advocate very strongly the idea of more risk sharing. Then we have the Northerns, the Finns, the Germans being very reluctant because, of course, they don't want their tax money to be used for banks in other member states. And I think that's the current problem in banking union. As long as there is no credible fiscal backstop, we can't break this vicious circle between banks and sovereigns. As long as, let's say, the Spanish state has to cover the losses of the Spanish banks, if you're an investor, there's a higher risk if you invest in Spain that you don't see your money back than if you invest in Germany, because if you have the guarantee of the German sovereign, of the German state, you can be quite sure this bank won't default, you will get your money back. And yes, I think that's a key point, because as long as this problem is not solved, we will have different environment for banks, and this is probably not possible to solve this problem without risk sharing. This is the current debate going on, and there we have again this north-south fraction, with the north being very reluctant towards risk sharing, fiscal backstop, and the south being very favorable because they will of course also benefit the most of equal financing opportunities for banks in the Eurozone.
So there was this keyword fiscal backstop. Katarzyna, you were on this point before, but you made a very provocative statement in saying we do not need competitive banks but stable banks, but that competition is not reduced to national or European level. There is very much an international competition between banks, and I remember one banker saying to me that in the United States, banks are already making much more money than we can do in the single market. So by your position, don't you force European banks in calming down too much and losing international competitiveness, so that at the end they will be bought up by others who are more regionally diversified, as Michel said, on Santander in Spain?
Well, of course, competitiveness is good, but we have to see what is the price we are willing to pay to have a truly competitive bank that are going to jeopardize the stability of the financial sector. We know that regulation is there to protect us from certain behaviors and curbing certain behaviors. It's also to stop financial sector to growing too big in the form that we don't really want it to grow, that is not sustainable. So I hear a lot the same argument from the American banks, that they are saying that if there is going to be more regulation, then the European or Chinese banks are going to invade the markets and going just buy them, and it's going to be just end of the American banking system. And it's never been like this. Banks are good and competitive. They are trying to adapt to the financial regulation. They are trying to curb certain behaviors. They look for the new opportunities. They just whine a lot. They just whine that it's too expensive, that they cannot do that they cannot afford that they cannot. This is all the time the same argument. And it's like the battles between people who are advocating rules and the people who are stopping the rules. Because from what I'm saying, it might be seen that I'm for over-regulation. No, I'm not. I'm for the simple and transparent regulation for the banking sector. I don't think that if you have 300 pages of Basel III, it's really going to solve all the problems in the world. I would say it's actually only 12 pages would do enough if everybody is going to implement those 12 pages and actually follow them. I'm not saying that moving the technical decisions to the level 2 from the level 1, which is making it more easy and actually better to solve the problems of banks. No, it's complicating the process. I'm a lobbyist. I work with the process, and the process is just opaque. And I'm sorry, opaque.
Ah, okay.
And it might be the role of we are in the democratic society. Everybody is willing and able to express their views. Some people are doing it better than the others. Some people are doing it more forcefully. But still, I'm not saying that over-regulation is good, but certain regulation is for sure there to protect us for some.
Sure, thank you. Perhaps we're running behind history a little bit with 300 pages, but then the crisis comes from a different angle. So
I would like to react to the statement that banks ought not to be competitive.
Pardon me?
I want to react to the fact that banks should not be competitive.
Yeah.
But that's not what I say.
No, but that's the statement. Banks are not only confronted with the aftermath of the crisis of 2008, and again, should not have happened. A regulation is necessary, supervision is necessary. We went through this, but banks also have to be able to face the future, and therefore they need to be able to have a decent return on their equity. European Banking Authority has indicated that this is around 10%. Why do we need this? We need this because the banks need to have their own capital buffers to sustain the financing of the economy. The more they will finance the economy, the more capital buffers they need. These capital buffers have to come out of the profits. And if they cannot give their shareholders a decent return, in the long term, the shareholders are not going to stay. But that does not mean that banks can be compared with any other company. Banks are particular. So that balance, again, has to be found. Secondly, in terms of size, we had this week a major Belgian company that has become the largest brewery company in the world.
Congratulations.
Thank you. There is, for those who want to have good beer, there is a place here close by where they have 400 beers. It's worth a try. Not all 400 on the same evening, of course. But ABF InBev is paying about 100 billion euros for it. If no European bank is going to be involved in helping them financing their future expansion, if we do no longer have European banks able to help European companies expand and be competitive at the world level, then it's a decision to leave that up to non-European banks to finance European companies. Well, we better think about it twice. Third thing that we're still facing as banks is, yes, we have gone through one crisis, but we are going also through another major challenge, which is new technologies. For instance, in Belgium, banks are investing about 750 million euros on an annual basis in new technologies. You need to earn them somewhere. And we are living in low interest, historic, never seen low interest times. It's not easy. We have to be competitive. And we have to not only to deal with the lessons to be learned from a recent past, but we have to be prepared for the future, where we will be confronted with competitors, not only banks, but more and more also non-banks.
Yeah.
So we have to be competitive.
With this, Michel, we can analyze the past, but we have to design the future. Let me go to the younger generation. And asking you for questions. We have still some 10 minutes. You have a micro over there, or? So, what is your take out of all this? Please. There. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you for... Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you for the panel. Anyway, one question, maybe it will be interesting to have two views, one from Mrs. From Finance Watch and another one from the Febelfin. Do you really think that the actual system is ready to weather a major crisis, as there is a lot of talking in the academic world about a major financial crisis that can come from China, from student loan crisis, or we don't know, from another source. But do you really think that the actual system can weather such a crisis, or it will just come back at the same, and we will have the states going in and pouring money, and then we have more debt, and the banks then speculating against the states with their own money because they are too in debt, and then more austerity, and then we come back with the same cycle.
Thank you so much. So can the actual system can weather a crisis coming from a global scale? Do we have another urgent one to this, perhaps related? No? Katarzyna, perhaps?
I don't think at the state of European economy we are ready for the next crisis. And I hope none of them will appear anytime soon, although the crisis is more cyclical right now, and it's the periods between the crises is shortened. So the response would be that it used to be that if you have a banking crisis, the capital markets could take some of the shocks. And when you have capital markets, then the bank and the crisis in capital markets, then the banks could take certain shocks. While you intermingle those two markets, there is nobody else who is able to respond to those shocks. So it causes the major downturn in economy.
Well, I'm not Madame Soleil, although I'm Belgian, so we have a lot of rain and clouds. So we have to sometimes look into the mist to try to see. But one thing is, if all these measures that have been taken do not help, then why have we taken them? So at least I would assume that the system has become more robust. And as indicated before, there is a European Systemic Risk Board that is now really systematically looking not only at the individual risk profile of banks, but also of the systemic risk of the European banking system. That, I think, in and by itself is a very good thing. Also, when the European Banking Union, the single supervisory mechanism was put in place, an asset quality review was undertaken for all concerned banks. That also has given a picture of the quality of these assets, and some banks had to further strengthen their bank, and thereby the European banking system in the banking union has further been strengthened and now linked also with the single supervisory mechanism. So I think it has become more robust. But of course, there are the knowns, there are the unknowns, some of them you mentioned, and there are the unknowns. God knows what may happen, what can be a crisis. If there is a nuclear crisis, if Germany would ever default on its debt, I think that would be a major game changer.
Yeah. China was a surprise, no? China was a very much.
But we have seen China, we have seen Greece. I don't have seen that suddenly the European banking system went wobbling. The Greek crisis was really a major crisis of the Eurozone.
Yep. Certainly, yeah. That's true.
But banks did survive it.
we still have the euro, actually. This is a surprise also. David?
Yeah, perhaps to quickly come in on this one as well. One comment on the economics. I would perhaps not see this problem in only the financial context, but the broader picture. There's little fiscal space in many countries. Monetary policy can do little. So I would be very skeptical to say that the Eurozone is prepared for the next crisis. But then the second point, what I think is even more worrying, is the political side. The social costs of the crisis were very high in many countries. They still are with a lot of youth unemployment, a lot of unemployment, many years of crisis, and we see this in many political developments. Marine Le Pen, for example, in France. We see quite varying developments in Italy as well. You can look at Spain, you see a similar picture. And if then there is another crisis, which prolongs the current crisis very soon, probably, I would probably more worry about the political consequences than the economic ones.
Matthias, to your comment, you already prepared. May I add another question? Is central banking a science or a business?
Either. It's an art. No? All of that. No. On the comment on whether we are prepared for a crisis, I think one should distinguish banks as villains, originator of the crisis, and banks as victims. Because let's face it, banking is risky, and you want to some extent banks to take risks to fund entrepreneurial SMEs and the like and so on. So, and let's face it, when the macroeconomy really becomes bad, every sector, including the banking sector, suffers. So I think what has been done since the crisis is, first of all, reduce a lot the malfunctioning within the banking sector. So extreme illiquidity, buying these toxic products with inflated ratings without thinking about them, all these kinds of things has been reduced a lot. So in that sense, I'm not saying it's cleaned up forever, but now I think there are fewer problems, even though, once in a while you hear that there can be collusion and price fixing and this kind of thing. And so, like every business, there are potential problems. But the specific fragilities of banks due to their decisions to be very illiquid, or the fact that regulation allowed them to be to have very little capital, that has been, I think, corrected to some extent. Now, on the other hand, unfortunately in Europe, the macroeconomy is not great. And let's face it, I agree with Michel about the fact that the banking sector has been able to, let's say, take the Eurozone crisis. Well, the banking sector in Greece did go through the comprehensive assessment in 2014, and now the view is that they will need between 10 and 25 billion recapitalization. So things can worsen fast, because the first half of 2015 was really bad. And so we have to be careful, and then therefore we need these kind of backstops. Unfortunately, a synonymous for backstop is bailout, which is something that nobody wants. And so, and the debate on bail-in is complicated and so on. So in that sense, I do think if you add to that the political risk, indeed, let's all fasten our seatbelts, because it won't be easy.
You convinced me, it's an art. But again, back to my question, did the euro fuel the dynamics of the problem due to an imperfect structure?
Well, I think it is a fact that the financial crisis came from the US, affected everybody, including Europe, including Japan, everybody, let's say, among rich countries. But it's also true that while the response until 2011 was a bit the same in the Eurozone as in the other zones, since 2011 we have done less well in terms of growth relative to the other zone, and I think it is connected to indeed this imperfect monetary union and the fact that all of a sudden people realize, oh my God, these guys don't have a central bank behind them to help them, and therefore interest rates started going up and all that, and it took whatever it takes, an OMT, and so and I think, by the way, the EU, Draghi and so on, I'm not part of the governing council, I can say that, are doing a great job. I think they're really trying to help. But it is difficult in this imperfect economic and monetary union where indeed we can't have proper coordination maybe of monetary and fiscal policy. It is a rocky road.
Again, this interconnection with the sovereign. So I have two questions here. First, just behind you, and then you.
Thank you. Looking at the future, we see that currently financial regulation is in turmoil. In the United States, the Republican Congress tries to undermine or to remove some provisions of the Dodd-Frank Act. In the EU, now the priority is to capital markets union, as you said, and facilitate securitization. What is your take precisely on this topic? Is a good thing to facilitate securitization a few years after a financial crisis where securitization played a main role in the financial crisis? Thank you.
Yeah, very important question. Thank you for this one. And you?
Then I wanted to ask a question to Matthias de Watrepont and Michel Vermaeke about the resolution plans that have to be put soon. How do you see the cooperations between the industry and the regulators? And do you have the same objectives, and how are you going to cope with that?
Okay, so we are at the end. So may I invite you to just include these questions into your last statement of what is your position on the main question we have. Shall I repeat it? What was it?
Clear.
It's clear. Good. So, summing up.
Thank you. It's interesting about securitization that after the crisis, when all these securities were created by basically the Americans with their ratings, which made us all moody, that now we come back to securities. That's also because banks, when they make loans, at the same time they need to respond to liquidity requirements. So how do you put these loans back off your balance sheet? By putting them in securities. Now what we see in the Capital Market Union, that the European Commission indeed believes that there is a future for securitization, and that securitization will help the future. Because it will allow also companies to tap the financial markets to issue securities, and so securities will be there, but of course they need to be liquid in a liquid market, so they need to be traded. Interesting is, however, that the Commission indicates this time we want to be talking about high-quality securities. So there is going to be a special effort, from what we understand, that one is going to have a particular look that the securities which are being put out in the market do fulfill a number of high-quality requirements, and that therefore lessons will be learned. We think that is the right way to do. There is definitely a future for securities, and we very much hope that this can be done, but in a correct way, again, finding the right balance. On your issue about these resolution plans, or what we call the testaments, the testament, the living will documents that the banks have to prepare, which is, for those who might not be familiar, if a bank would run into problems, and if the bank that is big, how can you decently resolve the bank and put, for instance, its retail activities in a separate entity and its leasing activities in another, so that they can do this in an orderly fashion, and that it's another way of trying to avoid that authorities, governments have to intervene, and that banks can orderly dispose of their activities. On itself, I never have heard anybody complaining about having to put this in place. However, it is not an easy exercise, and it is an exercise that is to be done bank by bank, or banking group by banking group, in close consultation with the supervisors. I understand that some of our larger banking groups in Belgium are at this moment going through this process, but this is of course at individual banking level, so that we are not involved in this exercise, but we understand very much the finality that's being looked for, and let's hope that this can be done in an orderly way so that these living wills can be established and further help to bring trust again into the system, because that's key.
So the others already finished. We are running a little bit late. So David, no. It's David, it's yours, because you just give us few ideas about it all.
Yeah, happy to wrap it up quickly. What is left from this debate, what we've seen very clearly, there's very little we know. We don't know if the banking system is now secure enough for another crisis, even a systemic crisis. We still face this trade-off between security and economic growth, which is probably a bit now shifting towards measures facilitating growth for good reasons. The crisis still being salient in many countries. This is, I think, pretty much an open debate. What our current discussion has also shown, I think in this sense we have a good reason to meet again the next year to see what progress has been made.
Thank you, Katarzyna.
So I will very shortly on securitization. I'm really happy that I can finally agree with Michel that we also are supporting securitization. We just would like to make it really simple and transparent, that there is no way that synthetics can be included. But so far in the advice, either by Bank of England, ECB or IOSCO, the door for synthetics is closed. So we would really like to, as the tool that helps bank, to keep it simple. And as for the rest of the banking union, let's hope that we can really pursue with the fiscal backstop and the common deposit guarantee schemes, although the political negotiations doesn't look too good at this stage.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, on securitization, I think it's a bit on the one hand, on the other hand, I must say. Interesting that I hear Michel and Katarzyna agreeing, and I don't want to kind of limit the enthusiasm, but I do think, at some level you can say it's a good idea to diversify the risk. Somebody who has a portfolio of loans to either SMEs or to households concentrating on a region, facing therefore the macro risk on that region, why not diversify it? And in principle, that's okay. Of course, it shouldn't be that opaque that nobody understands or can pretend to that it's not important not to understand. You just look at the ratings, and there is ratings inflation, that kind of stuff, and that is indeed a very, very dangerous thing. And therefore, the idea that it has to be simple and transparent. Of course, the devil will be in the details. I do think that is one element which is very important, and we should keep in mind before getting too enthusiastic about this. One of the reasons beyond complexity why securitization can be dangerous is because when you know that you're giving a loan, that you later on you will package this loan and resell it, and therefore if the loan goes bad, it's not your problem anymore, then I'm sorry, but you will think, who cares about whether it's a bad loan? I think that problem is still very important. And I understand that right now in Europe, the view is, okay, but people will keep so-called skin in the game. And skin in the game is 5%. Now, 5% of the problem is your problem. That still means that 95% of the problem is not your problem anymore. So in that sense, I don't think beyond this issue of simple, transparent, and so on, there is also the incentive issue. And I think we should all try and think about how to control that, because otherwise we may end up creating in Europe the kind of problem they had in the US. And I think that is, important. On resolution recovery, I think it's helpful. If a big bank is in trouble, it's always a nice idea to be able to sell parts quickly to get cash. You know, in Dexia, it was helpful in 2011 to be able to convince the Belgian government to buy Dexia Bank Belgium, now Belfius, which was a good bit of it, and that allowed Dexia to get 4 billion and to try and navigate this. So it's good. Let's not exaggerate the importance of these things. Problems for banks arrive all at the same time because there is a crisis. It's very easy when a bank is doing crazy things just by itself. It happens once in a while. There was Crédit Lyonnais, I think, did that all by itself. It was nicknamed Crazy Lyonnais. That's easy. The problem is when everybody's in trouble. And there, I do think these plans will have maybe more limited usefulness because, in trouble, it will be hard to sell even the good bits. So I think these things are complements to capital, not substitutes.
I thank you all for a lively discussion. Thank you for participating and wish you a nice weekend. Thank you so much.
Guys, enjoy your lunch and see you at 1:30 here for the keynote of Prime Minister Bettel. Thank you very much.
please. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to welcome Xavier Bettel on behalf of the College of Europe. There are many reasons for Xavier Bettel to attend this conference, I think. First of all, he's young. So he's not anymore the youngest prime minister in Europe, but he's still among the ones that are not so old. And as you know, this is a youth conference, and we are also expecting input from young people to think about the future of Europe. Second reason is that Xavier Bettel, he studied political science and European law. So basically, he's quite well in connection with your topics of interest. He's also a true European, and I would say that there are not so many true Europeans today in the European Council, so it's very nice to have him. And finally, as you know, there is a Luxembourgish president, so basically we're welcoming today the president also of the council. Just a few words about Xavier Bettel. He studied in Université de Nancy, where he was awarded a master's degree in public European law, and then he did a DEA, which is a kind of a postgraduate diploma like you have here, in political science and public law. And then he started his political career very early because he was elected first in the Luxembourgish parliament at the age of 26 and re-elected since, I guess. You were never defeated in an election? That's nice.
Not yet.
And so within the parliament, the Luxembourgish parliament, you have several important positions of chairman of committees and also chairman of the Democratic Party, your party. You were also elected at local level in the town of Luxembourg, and you happened to become the mayor of Luxembourg in 2011. And on top of that, you were working as a barrister in Luxembourg. So since 2013, Xavier Bettel is a Prime Minister of Luxembourg, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs, and also, if I'm right, the chairman of your party, the Democratic Party. That's right?
Also till now.
Okay, I won't speak longer because I really want to leave as much time as possible for your speech, and then I guess we'll have half an hour for discussion with the room. So if you have questions for Mr. Bettel, be sure to prepare them, and then the floor is yours, Mr. Bettel. Thank you.
Merci. So firstly, I would like to thank you for being able to be in Bruges this morning. Usually when you're telling about studies and what someone did, it's usually during the funerals. But I hope that I will have a career in front of me and not in my back. I'm very pleased, and I would like to thank also the organizers. I know these few persons who did the organization to bring people together here, and with an important topic being reinventing Europe. What is important, and the fact that you are present also here today, that you don't want just to be a witness, you also want to be an actor. And I think this is very important. Especially when we listen to people in general, and especially young people, very often you will get the answer, yeah, but they do what they want. And so it's very important to participate and not to accept these kinds of easy solutions. But why I'm very pleased also to be here, it's for some different reasons. One of the reasons is you have a lot of non-Belgian students here at the college, which is how we build communities together. I studied law, that's right. I studied law in France, but I did an Erasmus program in Greece, in Panipestimos Aristoteliou Saloniki. I studied, yes, that was one of the only sentences we learned. So, because in '98, when I studied there, when I arrived in Thessaloniki, the administration was on strike for 2 weeks. Then the administration stopped the strike, but the professors started the strike. And then Olympic Airways started the strike. So it was It was I learned, but my English lessons were, my Greek lessons were a bit poor. But just to explain how important it is to learn from somewhere else. And for me, it was important to go to Greece, and I studied some topics about Roman law and sea law. I know as Luxembourgers, I'm very concerned. And I studied Orthodox ecclesiastical law. Yes, that's the same answer my mom did when I told her I would learn that. But you see now, I'm Minister of Religious Matters, so it was not a bad choice. So I know some of my colleagues are a bit jealous about my competences because I'm the Prime Minister, which is good. I'm Minister of Telecommunications, so that means satellites, everything is in my competence. I also the fiber under the underworld is all in my competence. And for being in charge of religious matters, the Holy Spirit is always on my side. So you see, there is nothing except that I'm not able to do. Why I'm happy to be here, it's because I'm surrounded by alumni from Collège de Bruges. My diplomatic advisor is from Collège de Bruges. My secretary general is from Collège de Bruges. I wanted to see how they look when they are students. So I'm happy to be here today with you. The topic was reinventing Europe. To reinvent something means you have to start to ask yourself, is it working or is it not working to reinvent something? And do we need to start to create something new when you try to reinvent? I'm not going to talk now about some people's theories about how the European Union should look. I won't give you a lecture about Benelux, Visegrad, and all these things working on other topics, but let me just describe you my own experience I had and my personal view on that topic. And let me switch into the second official language, into French. En effet, on peut constater qu'aujourd'hui, être politicien n'est pas le moment le plus facile pour le faire. On a tous connu des époques où c'était plus facile de faire de la politique, où on pouvait jouer à Saint-Nicolas de manière récurrente, distribuer, donner. Et comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, je suis toujours convaincu qu'il est plus noble d'agir que de se plaindre. Alors que beaucoup de gens se plaignent. Et pourtant, et ça je suis sûr que vous le savez, quand entre vous il y a des leaders de demain, qu'il n'est pas toujours agréable de confronter les gens avec la vérité et la situation dans laquelle on est. Depuis la crise financière et économique, les pays à travers le monde, et aussi le mien, le Grand-Duché de Luxembourg, a connu un bouleversement au niveau des niveaux de rentrée d'argent, au niveau des habitudes que l'on avait à faire. Depuis 2007, nous avons été témoins de plans d'austérité, de coupures, de réformes des dépenses publiques, de réformes structurelles, de mesures de redressement budgétaire. Et tout cela était nécessaire, voire inévitable. Mais très souvent, les citoyens n'ont pas compris aussi la gravité de la situation, car on ne leur disait pas. Moi, je viens d'un pays où la dette est passée de 7% à plus de 20% en quelques années, et où en fait, l'État, à travers les finances publiques, a compensé les pertes qu'on avait de la dette. Les dettes qu'on avait, au niveau budget. Et on avait déjà des dettes où on savait pertinemment qu'elles allaient venir. On avait la fin de la TVA sur le commerce électronique, qui rapportait quand même 1 milliard par an à mon pays, où on savait que ça allait se terminer. Et cependant, on a accumulé des nouvelles dépenses, des nouveaux projets, où on savait pertinemment que les rentrées n'étaient pas récurrentes, mais les dépenses le seraient. Et ça a été fait dans énormément de pays. où on savait que certaines rentrées n'allaient pas être récurrentes, mais les dépenses allaient le devenir. Et expliquer aux gens que ce que vous leur avez donné il y a 2 ou 3 ans, vous allez juste le faire pour 2 ou 3 ans, ou alors vous allez leur retirer bientôt. Et donc, beaucoup ont été indirectement touchés par la crise, et d'autres l'ont eu vraiment à subir en pleine figure. Perte d'emploi, perte de maison, perte de voiture, perte de retraite. Alors nous, des fois, quand chez nous, dans nos pays, on disait qu'il fallait faire des compensations, il fallait peut-être regarder si on ne pouvait pas dépenser moins. Moi, je viens d'un pays, par exemple, où un fonctionnaire qui partait à la retraite le 2 janvier, on lui calculait son congé payé comme s'il avait travaillé jusqu'au 31 décembre de la même année. Peu de gens partaient le 30 décembre à la retraite. Il y avait et au Luxembourg, on disait toujours, on a une maxime qui existe. Il y a des Luxembourgeois dans la salle? Ah, tip-top, merci, das ist on a une maxime au Luxembourg qui est « Wir willen bleiben wat wir sind », ce qui veut dire « nous voulons rester ce que nous sommes ». Mais ça ne veut pas dire « nous voulons rester là où nous sommes ». Et très souvent, en politique, on a tendance à avoir une échéance devant les yeux, et c'est la prochaine échéance électorale. Et si vous voulez être populaire, le meilleur conseil, c'est de rien faire. Et quand j'étais j'étais maire de la capitale, et il y a eu des sondages avant les élections, j'étais à 89% d'opinion favorable. Et Luxembourg est un pays démocratique. 89% d'opinion favorable. J'envoyais toujours des extraits à Loukachenko, à tous mes amis démocrates, vous voyez, pour lui dire, regarde. Non, 89%. Je suis arrivé au pouvoir, j'ai pris mes mesures, je suis tombé à 49%. J'ai perdu 40% d'opinion favorable. Mais croyez-moi que je suis super content des décisions que j'ai prises. Et prendre des décisions aujourd'hui en politique, pourquoi est-ce que la Grèce est dans la situation où elle est? Parce qu'on a toujours attendu jusqu'au dernier moment pour pouvoir prendre des décisions. Et c'est ça le problème qu'on a aujourd'hui. C'est qu'on essaye de repousser les problèmes à demain. Et on commence à avoir des politiques qui ont, dans leur parti, ne sont pas trop appréciés, parce que dans le parti, ce que l'on regarde, c'est bien sûr la réélection de tout le monde, mais qui se disent qu'on doit prendre des décisions si on veut avancer. Et c'est ce que j'ai fait, et j'ai pas voulu faire l'hypocrite de dire, et surtout vous, c'est vous les jeunes de demain. Vous êtes les jeunes d'aujourd'hui, mais les contribuables de demain, pour certains d'entre vous. Et j'ai pas envie que vous commenciez votre année budgétaire à devoir d'abord rembourser les erreurs des générations avant vous. Et pourtant, très souvent, c'est comme ça. Souvent, quand, et vous le savez vous-même, quand dans un pays, au budget, on fait un emprunt, ce sera une ligne. Une ligne. Oui, le gouvernement a fait un emprunt de 2 milliards, 3 milliards, 5 milliards. Mais si au lieu de faire un emprunt, j'augmente quelque chose, ça va être une ligne? Je vais m'en prendre plein la gueule pendant des mois. Donc des fois, politiquement, on se pose la question, est-ce que ça vaut le coup de changer quelque chose ou est-ce qu'il vaut mieux reporter en fait le problème à demain? Et donc moi j'ai préféré le prendre tout de suite, je ne sais pas si je resterai Premier ministre longtemps, donc je suis content de pouvoir être invité cette année. Mais ça me permet de prendre les mesures qui sont nécessaires, surtout pour les générations aussi futures. Et beaucoup de gens, du fait que la baisse des recettes publiques a été financée par des emprunts faits par les États, avec les gens ne se sont pas rendus compte justement donc de la gravité de la situation. Et on voit qu'aujourd'hui les dettes grimpent. Et la conséquence était entre autres aussi que les gens n'ont pas reconnu la nécessité de mettre en forme les réformes structurelles qui étaient pourtant nécessaires. C'est pas de leur faute, hein. C'est pas de la faute des gens, c'est la responsabilité aussi d'un certain nombre de politiques qui n'ont pas eu le courage, mais aussi pour des calculs politiques, et je reviendrai après dessus. Mais aujourd'hui, nous payons le prix justement de ces mauvais choix. Il est très difficile de convaincre nos populations qu'il faut un changement. très difficile. Moi, je dis toujours dans mon pays, au Luxembourg, moi, je préfère aujourd'hui devoir changer, là, l'exemple que je vous ai donné, ou j'ai augmenté 0,5% une taxe. On a les produits de première nécessité au Luxembourg, qui sont à 3%. Et je me suis permis de dire que l'alcool n'était pas un produit de première nécessité au Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Donc l'alcool est passé de 3 à 17% ou à 15%, ce qui est logique si on veut garder de l'eau, des produits de première nécessité à 3%. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, il est difficile de convaincre les populations qu'il faut des changements. C'est pas impossible, hein. Il faut le faire, c'est pas impossible, mais c'est très difficile. Et c'était un problème qui au début était national, mais qui est devenu en fait aujourd'hui un phénomène européen. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Les gouvernements qui ont voulu faire des réformes, la plupart, ils se sont rétamés aux prochaines élections. À part Pedro Peixoto, là maintenant qui est passé, vous avez un certain nombre qui ont pris des claques aux élections. Et les gouvernements ont changé. La Grèce, par exemple, un bon exemple. Et le problème qu'il y a très souvent, c'est que le message que l'on avait au niveau intramuros n'est pas le même aussi qu'on a extramuros. Et puis, ce qu'il y a aussi, c'est que du coup, on a quelque chose de nouveau qu'on a connu. C'est des campagnes électorales où on a dit on va faire autrement que ça marche comme jusqu'à maintenant. Pas pour nous, mais par rapport aux autres, par rapport à l'Europe. Les Grecs ont dit si vous votez pour moi, je refuse les propositions qui sont sur la table. Les Anglais disent si vous votez pour nous, on va changer les règles en Europe. Donc certains, quand vous dites réinventer l'Europe, certains veulent réadapter l'Europe, mais à caractère national. Est-ce que parce que Alexis Tsipras est le nouveau Premier ministre grec, que 27 autres pays doivent changer leurs règles? J'ai dit à David Cameron, je le vois la semaine prochaine, tu veux quoi? Il dit, we have to see. Parce qu'il y a des changements. Moi je suis d'accord, si David Cameron me dit qu'il faut une Europe plus efficace, je signe. S'il me dit qu'il faut moins de bureaucratie, je signe. S'il me dit qu'il faut éviter le tourisme social, je signe. Mais s'il me dit qu'il faut limiter la circulation des gens, ça commencera par l'un et puis par l'autre, après ce qu'on les limiter. Il y a des lignes rouges. S'il veut avoir le pound, mais décider ce qu'on fait avec l'euro, c'est pas son rôle. Donc on ne peut pas avoir un pied dans l'Europe et un pied en dehors de l'Europe. Et donc c'est important aujourd'hui que les règles sont des règles qui soient fixées ensemble et pas que chacun fasse des règles à son niveau unilatéralement, en plus en se présentant devant ses citoyens. En disant si moi, je deviens Premier ministre, je change les règles. Et quel est le message qu'on donne dans ce cas-là? Que si vous voulez voter pour des partis qui ne sont pas des partis traditionnels, si je peux me permettre de les qualifier comme ça, que dans ce cas-là, les règles changent. Quel est le message? Quelle est la valeur de la portée de ce message? Si demain Madame Le Pen est en France au pouvoir, toute l'Europe change. Est-ce que c'est ça le message qu'on veut donner à nos citoyens, alors que ce n'est pas le cas? Mais par des promesses nationales que certains font, de vouloir faire croire aux gens qu'on peut tout changer. Alors l'Europe aujourd'hui, c'est vrai qu'on l'a déjà connue mieux. Il y a 3 semaines, j'étais voir M. Obama. La semaine dernière, j'étais voir M. Poutine en Russie. Les relations ont déjà été meilleures entre l'Europe et la Russie. Ce qui s'est passé en Ukraine n'est pas acceptable. Mais on est dans une trame où c'est sanctions, réactions. Et au lieu de trouver une exit strategy où on n'a que Minsk, aujourd'hui on n'a que Minsk. C'est le seul accord qu'on a. C'est la seule base qu'on a. On voit que sans Minsk, déjà on n'aurait rien du tout, mais que tout simplement on devrait essayer de trouver aussi une stratégie pour pouvoir sortir. Et je vais voir M. Poroshenko la semaine prochaine. Problème de M. Poroshenko, c'est qu'il a été élu, mais sa majorité au Parlement est plutôt difficile. Bon, bien sûr, on a parlé aussi de Syrie. Moi, ce qui m'énerve dans les trucs comme ça, et je sais, c'est pour ça que je ne suis pas devenu diplomate, j'écoute le président Poutine, j'écoute le président Obama, ils veulent la même chose. Ils veulent combattre le terrorisme. Mais le chemin pour y arriver fait que l'un veut d'abord qu'on se débarrasse de Assad avant toute négociation, et l'autre dit il faut qu'on puisse discuter avec Assad. Moi, dès le départ, je dis la Russie fait partie de la solution en Syrie. Il faut arrêter de croire qu'on trouvera une solution sans la Russie en Syrie. Et que Assad fait partie du problème en Syrie. Et il faut qu'on s'en débarrasse de Assad. Mais il faut trouver une transition aussi. Est-ce qu'on veut refaire la même chose qu'en Libye ? En disant on va retirer l'autre, et puis qui on met ? Est-ce que c'est à nous aussi, en tant qu'Européens, de dire qui doit aller en Syrie ? Est-ce que c'est pas aux Syriens de décider qui sera à la tête de la Syrie ? Moi, ce qui est très important maintenant pour tout ce qui est Syrie, c'est que on est des pays musulmans, à religion musulmane qui participent. On doit vraiment éviter d'avoir l'Europe catholique, la Russie orthodoxe et les États-Unis qui vont expliquer aux pays arabes ce qu'ils ont à faire. Il faut qu'on ait des alliances ensemble. Et qu'on arrive à se mettre autour d'une table. J'ai proposé au président Poutine de venir. Je lui ai dit, mais vous seriez prêt à discuter aujourd'hui, un de ces quatre, vous allez vous rentrer dedans, les avions. Les Russes et les Américains, vous allez vous rentrer dedans. Vous contrôlez rien, il n'y a pas de coordination ni rien. Et M. Poutine m'a dit, nous on est prêts pour de la coordination. Alors maintenant, il faut aussi avancer là-dessus. Alors quand on parle de réinventer l'Europe, vous avez pris aujourd'hui plusieurs sujets. Vous avez celui de l'environnement que vous avez abordé, je crois, sauf erreur de ma part, non ? L'énergie, oui, ça fait partie de la politique de l'environnement aussi. Pourquoi la politique de l'énergie fait partie de la politique de l'environnement pour moi ? Car à travers la politique de l'énergie, ou à travers la politique de l'environnement, on fait aussi la politique de l'énergie. Aujourd'hui, on a le défi de la COP21 qui nous attend devant nous, où on veut, selon l'énergie aussi, se donner des réductions de tout ce qui est CO2. On sait qu'en Europe, je suis bien content déjà qu'on ait réussi à trouver des accords au niveau énergie entre le Portugal et la France. Avant, les Pyrénées avaient l'air d'être une frontière impénétrable pour tout ce qui était énergie. Maintenant, le président Hollande et le Premier ministre portugais ont avancé sur ce dossier, mais on sait qu'on est tributaire de beaucoup d'autres pour tout ce qui est énergie. Et la COP21, qui est sous présidence luxembourgeoise avec les collègues français, est un rendez-vous qu'on ne peut pas se permettre de rater. Mais, d'un autre côté aussi, on doit avoir un level playing field. On doit avoir des règles qui comptent aussi pour l'Asie, pour les États-Unis, pour d'autres pays. Vous savez que des industries quittent l'Europe aujourd'hui pour aller ailleurs, car l'énergie est moins chère, car les contraintes écologiques sont moins contraignantes. Donc il est important d'avoir des règles qui comptent pour nous, et la politique de l'énergie est bien sûr une des politiques très très importantes pour l'Europe, où on essaye vraiment de voir comment... mais croyez-moi qu'entre la Pologne et le Danemark, il y a des différences en politique d'énergie. Il y a des pays qui marchent encore avec du charbon, alors que d'autres essayent d'investir dans l'éolienne. Et moi, mon pays est contre tout ce qui est nucléaire. On l'a dit et on le redit. Le nucléaire permet peut-être de produire, mais comme on ne sait pas le gérer. Mais la COP21 est un des dossiers très importants. Et c'est là que l'Europe doit aussi parler d'une voix. Alors réinventer l'Europe aussi, ce qui est très important sous notre présidence, c'est de rapprocher surtout l'Europe. Je ne dirais pas qu'il faut la réinventer. Il faut la rapprocher des citoyens d'abord. Les citoyens doivent comprendre à quoi ça sert. Après, il faut rapprocher les politiques aussi. On voit bien la politique des réfugiés, ça ne sert à rien de... On avance vraiment, on fait la politique des petits pas. Hein. On voit qu'on essaye... De préférence, les Européens diraient qu'ils restent chez eux. Vous le sentez. Et beaucoup de notre population qui se dit, parce qu'il faut savoir que les Syriens ne veulent pas vivre mieux, hein. Les Syriens ne cherchent pas une meilleure vie. Les Syriens cherchent à survivre. Ces gens ont tout quitté. Tout quitté. Et si vous écoutez les gens d'MSF qui vont vous expliquer que les islamistes plastiquent les frigidaires pour que quand vous ouvrez le frigidaire, quand vous rentrez chez vous, une fois qu'il y a eu des bombardements, votre frigidaire explose, et qu'ils plastiquent même les cadavres, c'est-à-dire que quand vous voulez enterrer quelqu'un de votre famille, vous allez avoir le corps qui va exploser devant vous. 40% des jeunes ont vécu des traumatismes, des meurtres, des tortures. Donc on a une obligation de le faire. Mais quand vous écoutez la plupart du temps, c'est « mais pas jusqu'à chez nous ». Est-ce que la réunion de l'Europe, dans ce cas-là, c'est un grillage qu'on va mettre autour de nous? Non. Mais avoir des règles communes, avoir de la coordination, avoir une répartition. Se dire que si quelqu'un vient, un réfugié, ce qu'il veut, c'est de la liberté, c'est vivre. Est-ce qu'on peut lui dire dans ce cas-là, eh ben, sur les 28 pays, on t'assigne à tel et tel pays parce qu'ils en ont moins ou ils en ont besoin? Ce sont les sujets sur lesquels on doit discuter, on doit avancer. Mais croyez-moi que ces derniers mois, on a fait des progrès énormes. On était à zéro. Zéro. Là maintenant, on organise déjà des contrôles communs, des règles communes, des hotspots. Des choses où il y a quelques semaines ou mois, c'était impossible. On ne pouvait pas en parler. Et je vous le dis, on fait petit à petit, on avance. Mais on vient de loin. Et autour de la table, croyez-moi qu'il y en a certains, comme je l'ai dit dès le départ, qui aimeraient tout le monde reste chez soi, et s'ils viennent chez nous, c'est pas chez moi. C'est chez les autres. On peut parler de projets communs européens si l'égoïsme et le relent nationaliste est le fer de lance de certains pour pouvoir argumenter leur décision à Bruxelles. Alors c'est vrai qu'il y a des élections de temps en temps. Chacun on change régulièrement. Et que la crise des réfugiés risque aussi d'avoir des conséquences chez quelqu'un. Il y a des élections en Pologne, je crois, la semaine prochaine, sauf erreur de ma part. Eva Kopacz a peur de ce dossier. Elle a peur que Kaczynski, là, le parti de la paix et de la... je ne sais plus comment ils s'appellent, là, les deux. PSI, PIS, Justice et Paix, ou un truc dans le style. Ouais, droit à la justice, voilà. Mais je savais qu'il y avait justice ou paix, mais alors c'est le droit à la justice. Risque de gagner les élections. Donc vous voyez que certains collègues ont certaines craintes à Bruxelles du fait qu'après il pourrait y avoir des répercussions nationales concernant les sujets là. Donc maintenant la question qu'on se pose, c'est quelle Europe on veut. Alors certains parlent, il faut continuer pour l'Europe de la zone euro. On doit faire une Europe de la zone Schengen. On doit faire une Europe des pays fondateurs. J'en entends tout le temps. Hein. On doit faire un gouvernement des pays de la zone euro. On trouve toujours quelque chose d'autre. Je trouve qu'on a déjà assez de règles. On a assez d'institutions. On doit arrêter de créer maintenant encore des nouvelles institutions. On a une commission qui fonctionne. On a un Parlement européen qui s'émancipe. On a un Conseil européen qui marche. Tout ce qu'il faut, c'est que on se donne peut-être un programme aussi lors des élections européennes et que ce programme, après cet accord de coalition qui devrait être celui fait par la Commission et puis soutenu par le Parlement européen, soit aussi celui que le Conseil partage et qu'on aille dans le même sens aussi. Le fait qu'il y a aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on peut constater quand même que l'Europe est forte. Malgré tout ce que je vous dis. La crise en Ukraine, la Grèce, la crise migratoire, où je vous dis, il y a quelques semaines, c'était « Ouh là là, la Grèce va sortir de l'euro ». La crise migratoire, on ne va pas trouver de solution. L'Angleterre va sortir de l'Union. L'Ukraine ne va rien avoir. Nous permettent justement de démontrer que les problèmes supranationaux exigent justement la solidarité entre les États membres de l'Union européenne. Nous avons ainsi su démontrer que cela marche aussi seulement s'il y a justement cette solidarité au cas et en cas de besoin. La Grèce, elle a reçu son aide. On n'a pas de Grexit. On a trouvé finalement des accords concernant les flux migratoires. Mais on voit qu'il en reste encore beaucoup à régler. On voit qu'il y a les problèmes du changement climatique, il y a la lutte contre le chômage, il y a la lutte contre le dumping fiscal, social, environnemental. Ce sont tous des défis pour l'Europe. Et je pense qu'il doit, vous parler de réinventer l'Europe. Je pense qu'avant tout, il existe un changement qui est très important, qui est un changement aussi de mentalité. Et on doit arrêter, nous aussi, en tant que politiques, parce qu'on a une certaine responsabilité. Quand tout va bien, c'est grâce à nous. Quand ça va mal, c'est à cause de Bruxelles. Qu'est-ce qu'on l'entend, cette phrase? Bruxelles, c'est pas des extraterrestres. Hein. C'est le Conseil européen, c'est les décisions qu'on prend nous. Quand on est autour de la table pour un Conseil européen, on vote pour les partis qui sont les forts après au Parlement européen, pour les gouvernements qui les représentent après au Conseil, et qui envoient les commissaires justement à Bruxelles. Donc Bruxelles, c'est nous, et c'est vous. Bruxelles, c'est pas E.T. Donc je suis confiant qu'on arrivera à surmonter ensemble les problèmes qui existent actuellement. Et je suis aussi convaincu qu'on est capable de rétablir notre force, qui est en fait notre force qui est la plus importante, et c'est celui de cet esprit européen. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier ministre. On a maintenant du temps pour discuter un peu avec la salle. Qui veut poser une question? Naturellement, au dernier rang. Vous y allez?
Je constate juste que c'est comme à mon époque, la première rangée est toujours vide.
Ouais, mais ça, c'était parce que c'était réservé.
Ah, pardon.
Bonjour. Quel accueil vous attendez de la part des dirigeants européens sous votre présidence, vu que votre style dénote un peu du leur? Est-ce que vous avez eu des contraintes à surmonter, des divergences de points de vue qui sont difficiles à surmonter quand on n'a pas le même style politique qu'eux?
Chacun a son style, hein, donc... Non, ce qu'il y a, c'est que j'ai en fait la chance d'être à la présidence à un moment crucial pour l'Europe. Et j'ai la chance d'être ressortissant d'un petit pays. Et très souvent, croyez-moi, que les petits pays ont réussi, malgré une équipe moins importante que des grands pays, à créer ces ponts qui sont plus que nécessaires actuellement. Créer ces ponts entre les continents, entre l'Europe, la Russie, l'Amérique, mais aussi... Et aujourd'hui, on a les ponts qui sont pétés partout. Hein. On a, entre le patronat et les syndicats, on a l'impression que dès qu'on fait quelque chose pour l'un, c'est contre l'autre. On a les ponts dont on a besoin actuellement entre les religions, car on est en train de les détruire. Avec la situation qu'on a aujourd'hui, si on se laisse aller, si on n'arrive pas justement à ces ponts, on va vers... un antisémitisme croissant, où les craintes de l'un par rapport à l'autre vont augmenter. Et justement, une présidence luxembourgeoise le fait. Vous pensez que mon style risque de dénoter? C'est pour ça qu'on ne me sort pas trop souvent. Hein. Vous savez, c'est exceptionnel qu'on me laisse sortir aujourd'hui à Bruges. Comme ça... non, mais je m'entends bien avec les collègues. Et ce qui est très très important, je suis quelqu'un qui suis honnête et très humain. Et j'ai des très très bons contacts avec les collègues et j'appelle, que ce soit la chancelière Merkel, que ce soit le président Hollande, que ce soit le collègue Charles ici en Belgique, on s'appelle vraiment régulièrement pour coordonner des points, prendre des positions communes et j'ai un ministre des Affaires étrangères, Jean Asselborn, qui est ministre des Affaires étrangères depuis de nombreuses années, où on arrive vraiment à se donner des relais. Mais c'est surtout le travail de mes fonctionnaires qui est impressionnant, parce que j'en ai moins qu'un grand pays, mais ils sont dévoués, ils ont envie de faire les choses, ils ont envie de s'engager, ils veulent vraiment être fier de la présidence du petit Luxembourg. Et moi, comme je suis, moi, ça passe ou ça passe pas. Hein. Si ceux qui m'aiment pas, ils n'ont pas besoin de me parler. Hein. Voilà. Je suis comme ça.
Merci. Une autre question, monsieur?
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre, très grand merci pour votre intervention, mais je vais poser ma question en anglais, désolé. You mentioned indirectly the campaign for the UK to what they call renegotiate the EU. We all read what happened in the last couple of days at the European Council, that it was postponed and that there was, let's say, a deadline of November for any actual demands, detailed demands. What do you think is going to happen in the next few weeks, months?
I think the first and the most important point is at least to know what the UK wants. Because for the moment people ask me, do you agree with the UK proposals? I said, which proposals? They're working on them. Okay. So I will visit David in London in 2 weeks to have an exchange with him, because for me what is important is to know exactly which are the points. Because if you just say, I want to have a more efficient Europe, I think no one in this room is against that. But what does that mean? If you say we are against social tourism, we have to understand what it is, and I'm sure everybody agrees if there are rules. So it is important that David prepares a list of the demands. It's not a wish list. And I just have a problem to tell you that because I organize a referendum, 27 other countries has to change the rules also. So we have to agree if it's more efficiency for all of us. Because what is good for the UK is not always good for Europe. And what is good for Europe is not, I think for some Brits, not always perfect for the UK. But I know this love relation. I cannot imagine Europe without the UK. And I strongly believe that I cannot put the UK without Europe. Even if some Brits doesn't believe in that. I think we will be able to overcome the questions, but the only thing is we shouldn't now have an auction of proposals, trying really to ask for impossible things. If there are, believe me, I'm the first one who will support all the efforts to have a more efficient Europe. All. But I need to get them on paper. And it's important that the Brits knows when they will vote what is going to happen in both directions. So it will be important for us. I don't know if the UK politicians want some European leaders to come to London to do lobby of this would more harm the campaign. But if we are needed, we will be very pleased to come there and to explain why it's important to keep the UK in Europe. Believe me, I strongly believe that we should have a Europe with the UK and UK within Europe. It's a lose-lose situation for both of us if the UK are leaving Europe.
Thank you. Next question? Yeah, here.
There was a question.
Oh, sorry.
Moyen.
Schöne gute Mittag.
Mais c'est glad att du hejsin. Merci Fedas de kom. J'ai une question en français pour tout le monde. Par rapport à la COP21, vous avez parlé de l'importance de la COP21 et j'aurais voulu savoir quels sont les grands objectifs pour vous de la COP21 et est-ce que vous pensez qu'un accord important pourra être trouvé, un accord binding agreement?
Pour maintenant vous dire exactement, je pense qu'on n'a pas le choix. Si on foire la COP21, c'est une catastrophe. Ce qui se passe, c'est qu'on a pris des engagements aussi, cependant, par rapport à certains pays. Déjà à Copenhague. Il serait important déjà de se rappeler ce qu'on s'est engagé avant de faire de nouvelles promesses. La même chose dans la question des réfugiés. Beaucoup de pays ont fait des promesses les derniers temps. Il serait temps de s'y rappeler aussi. Maintenant, pour vous donner les objectifs communs, on sait que c'est la réduction de CO2, on veut le réchauffement climatique limité, on a tout un ensemble de règles qu'on veut se donner. Et encore une fois, l'Europe doit être ambitieuse. On sera sûrement la plus ambitieuse des continents. On sera un continent plus ambitieux. Mais on part au casse-pipe si, comme les États-Unis, la Chine, l'Inde, disent on ne participe pas. Vous savez, tout à l'heure, je vous ai donné des exemples. On parle souvent du dumping fiscal. On a des listes grises, des listes noires. Je sais de quoi je parle. On a parlé du dumping social. Où aujourd'hui, dans votre pays, ici en Belgique, vous avez des gens qui sont 5 € de l'heure par un dumping, dans des abattoirs, par exemple, qui sont payés 5 € de l'heure. Mais on a de nos jours un dumping environnemental qui existe. On a un dumping environnemental qui existe. Vous avez certaines entreprises qui vont se dire, je vais aller... Et ça va loin, ça va dans des entreprises concernant les CO2, mais ça va beaucoup plus loin. Ou dans nos pays. On traite les déchets ou quoi que ce soit, et vous allez dans des pays africains, où nous, en tant qu'Européens, on va produire nos produits, on laisse tous les polluants dans les rivières, et 100 mètres plus loin, vous avez la mer en train de faire la lessive, ou la cuisine, ou les enfants en train de se baigner. Ça, on le fait. Donc, il est important de trouver des règles communes, et je pense qu'on doit continuer sur ce dossier et y avancer. Et, connaissant l'engagement de François Hollande et aussi de ma ministre de l'Environnement, Carole Dieschbourg, et tous les gens qui sont involved dans le dossier. Et là, j'étais à New York, j'avais un déjeuner, on était 25. C'était Ban Ki-moon avec François Hollande et le président du Honduras qui organisait un déjeuner. Et tout le monde s'est engagé pour y aller. Tout le monde s'est engagé pour y aller dans ce sens. J'en ai discuté avec Vladimir Poutine la semaine dernière. Monsieur Poutine, le président Poutine m'a dit que même la Russie voulait vraiment aller dans ce sens aussi. On est commun qu'on est en train de se détruire. Vous savez, on peut acheter énormément de choses. Demain, on peut aller dans un supermarché acheter des trucs. L'environnement, si on le bousille, on ne pourra pas le remplacer. C'est quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas acheter. Donc aujourd'hui, à prendre des mesures, à part si on veut. Si on s'en moque. Bon là, aujourd'hui, quand on parle de réchauffement climatique, quand j'étais un peu dehors, je me suis dit que ça allait tarder encore. Mais c'est une réalité. La banquise est en train de fondre. Et vous savez, nous, on n'est pas conscients ici. Mais qu'il y a certaines îles qui vont disparaître. Des îles, aujourd'hui, il y a des gens qui habitent, qui ont construit leur vie, qui vont disparaître du fait de la hausse des montées des eaux. Quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas s'imaginer. Et c'est la réalité. Donc on a une obligation. Pour moi, si on ne réussit pas la COP21, on a bien réussi déjà des trucs plus durs à se mettre d'accord, donc j'espère qu'on va arriver à ça aussi.
Merci. Le Luxembourg, pour l'instant, est épargné par la montée des eaux, c'est bien. Une autre question, mademoiselle ?
Oui, bonjour Monsieur le Premier ministre, merci beaucoup d'être là. J'ai une question concernant la grande nouvelle du jour. Donc, il y a eu le Conseil européen cette semaine et les 28 se sont mis d'accord sur un plan d'aide à la Turquie pour la gestion de la crise des migrants. Il me semble que c'était à la hauteur de 3 milliards d'euros. Mais ce matin, à la radio, il a été annoncé que le président Erdogan avait estimé que l'Union européenne faisait preuve de trop peu de sincérité, selon ses propos. Quelle est votre réaction en tant que président actuellement ?
Alors, plusieurs choses. La première chose, c'est que les 3 milliards, c'est une demande turque. C'est les Turcs qui ont dit qu'ils aimeraient avoir 3 milliards. C'est pas l'Europe qui a dit qu'ils aimeraient avoir 3 milliards. Pour l'instant, on a 500 millions qui sont débloqués par la Commission européenne. Première chose. Deuxième chose, je ne vais pas prendre... On a dit qu'on allait continuer les négociations, mais je ne vais pas changer les règles maintenant, parce que d'un coup, j'ai besoin de la Turquie concernant les réfugiés, du coup qu'on va dire que toutes les règles qu'on s'est données, toutes les valeurs, tous les chapitres, toutes les conditions pour se rapprocher ne comptent plus parce qu'on a besoin d'eux demain. Je comprends que la Turquie actuellement a un levier en main qui fait peur à beaucoup d'autres. S'ils ouvrent demain leurs frontières, 2 millions de réfugiés qui viennent sur l'Europe, mais qu'en tant qu'adulte et en tant que personne responsable, on doit pouvoir travailler comme si on est dans une situation normale et pas vouloir maintenant... dire je veux plus, je veux moins, ou je fais pas de chantage. Ça, j'accepte pas en politique. J'accepte pas. Mais il y a des élections bientôt en Turquie, je pense. Donc on verra après les élections.
Merci. Mademoiselle, qui avait levé la main déjà tout à l'heure.
Bonjour Monsieur le Ministre, merci d'avoir pris le temps de parler avec nous. Vous avez évoqué divers sujets, notamment la crise des réfugiés et autant le fait qu'en Europe, malgré ce qui est tenté, on observe davantage un amas de politique nationale qu'une grande politique européenne. Mais du coup, comment envisagez-vous la conciliation des deux, puisque la résolution de la crise des réfugiés, malheureusement, est assez urgente. Or, l'évolution vers une politique européenne va demander, j'en ai peur, beaucoup plus de temps. Donc, comment envisagez-vous une solution plus rapide?
Votre question est tout à fait juste, parce que d'un côté, les gens veulent une réponse nationale à une question qui dépasse largement. Et on n'aura pas de réponse nationale. La réponse sera une réponse européenne que l'on doit trouver. Et pourtant, on peine à avancer. Je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, j'ai été très honnête en vous disant qu'on fait de la politique des petits pas. On avance vraiment petit à petit, à chaque réunion, on avance. D'abord, c'était pas de frontières communes, maintenant c'est des frontières communes, des contrôles communs. Avant, les hotspots, c'était national, maintenant on est d'accord pour avoir des trucs communs. Après, on a dit des procédures communes. Or, no way, on avance tout doucement. Donc, on est en train d'avancer. Parce qu'on est confronté. On voit très bien que si demain, il y a 5 personnes qui se présentent à un poste frontière, on arrive à les gérer. Mais si on a 1000 personnes qui arrivent en même temps, on ne sait rien faire, en tant qu'Europe. On ne sait rien faire. Aujourd'hui, personne ne sait en Europe vous dire qui est sur son territoire. Personne. Personne. Donc, on doit trouver des mesures européennes. Et ce qui est important, c'est d'éviter de dire aux gens qu'on va prendre des mesures nationales. Les mesures nationales, c'est ceux qui disent on va fermer autour de chez nous. Moi, mon but, actuellement, les gens me demandent dans mon pays, mais combien de réfugiés va y avoir au Luxembourg? Mais j'en sais rien. J'en sais rien. Aujourd'hui, je ne peux pas vous dire combien il y en a qui vont arriver demain. Je ne peux pas vous le dire. On voit bien qu'actuellement, le problème qui est en Syrie, on n'arrive pas à le stopper. Et si demain, Assad n'est plus là, je ne vous donne pas une garantie que les flux cessent. Au contraire. Parce que s'il y a une attaque terrestre ou quoi que ce soit, les gens vont vouloir partir aussi. Et n'oublions pas que des pays comme le Liban, il y a presque un quart de sa population qui sont des réfugiés syriens. Et dans les gens qui viennent aujourd'hui, vous en avez des nouveaux qui ont quitté hier, mais vous avez ceux qui sont déjà là depuis 1 an ou 2 ans dans des camps. Donc, trouver une solution nationale pour dire, moi, dans mon pays, on ne peut pas, ou on peut ci, ou on peut ça, n'est pas la solution, parce que c'est reporter le problème juste à côté. Donc, pour être très pragmatique, on avance, doucement, mais on avance. Moi, j'aimerais que ça aille plus vite aussi, hein, mais on peut pas. On a une notion de solidarité qui est variable.
This was not so good. What happened? Coffee machines. They just told us to plug them in. Who told us? The explained. Yes. I'll have to have a conversation. No, because I remember from last year they just spread it, and I told them to spread it up, not put it all in one. That's what I remember from last year. Yeah, but everything was firing up. That's not good. Yeah, everything went down. Live stream went down. Everything. Shit. Yeah, the whole system was down here. I didn't have any power anymore. What? So everything was down. Man, sorry for this trouble. No problem. Gut, das musst du mit Kim machen. Also ich weiß es nicht. Aber das System ist kaputt gegangen, also da musst du mir sagen, Ketting, was ist? Guck mal, was du machst, wie du willst. Nee, ich sehe es ja gerade. 45 da und jetzt dreht sich das plötzlich um. Ja, ich muss ehrlich sagen, dass es mir besser gefällt. Ich glaube, ich kann es da oben gleich sein. Ja, wir haben die EU-Kommission hätte ich noch machen können für Joseph Henry. Wir hatten auch keine andere Meinung. Aber ich habe rausgehen und gesagt, das ist halt extrem heuer. Naja, ich habe jetzt versucht, ein paar Kritiken zu sagen, aber ich bin nicht überrichtig auf meinen Zweck. Okay, von Ihnen vergessen, Fall gemacht hat. Ich glaube, das ist einer der schade. Ja, Frontex, das Problem ist, ich könnte ja wieder Frontex arbeiten, aber die meinen, dass die Leute noch unterteilen. Aber das war so nicht ja, wie gesagt, ich glaube, das ist halt nicht so mein, aber kann ich wirklich mal sprechen. Wir haben ziemlich strikte Guidelines. Die einzigen, die halt maximal oder wechseln, sind glaube ich nicht oben. Wobei Frontex, ehrlicherweise, meine Frau auch, das Frau auch aus Köln. Jeder Einzelne entscheiden, was du das ausführen ja, nee, das ist genau, ich meine, Vorwegklasse bedeutet, die sind halt eine Flüchtlinge, die oder kämpfen für eine kleine wahnsinnige Möglichkeit, die im Endeffekt wird natürlich so das Problem, die Vorweg nicht umsetzen können, aber das ist ja falsch, und Sozialvertrag nicht umsetzen deswegen ist es schon eher um die Sache, also ich habe jetzt auch mit Raum gearbeitet, auch in der Jugendkommission nicht wirklich denken, die Raum hat schon eine Möglichkeit, einen Plan dagegen zu verboten oder naja, da will ich auch nicht sagen, dass das nicht so okay. Ja, also Twitter liegt da. Das war Rocket Science. Ganz kurz, was der Spiel nicht gemacht, der Marker. Genau. Architectural Relations in Berlin. Ich will nicht Details finden. Genau, wollte ich nur mal sicher gehen, dass das
Verteilte Aufgaben halt. Oh good. Everything in order?
Yes, we have the mic request. We have this. We still have
It's not
Excuse me, everybody. Could you tune it down a bit? Thank you. So, welcome to the second round of panels in today's conference. I hope you all enjoyed the first part, or at least enjoyed your day, if you haven't been here so far. I'm very excited about this panel, as I hope you are. But without further ado, I think we should go to the speakers. So, the panel will start with a short presentation by each of them, and we will then engage in a bit of discussion among the panelists, and then I'll open for questions from the audience. Our first speaker is Johanna Gericke. She's a researcher at the European University Institute in Florence and focuses in her thesis on migrants' decision-making process under risk and pressure. And before doing her PhD at the EOI, she studied in Utrecht and holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Sciences from the University of Utrecht, as well as an MA in International Relations from Berlin. So, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
I'm actually going to speak from the podium because I prepared a presentation as a good academic. So, please hold for me. Perfect. So thanks first of all to the organizers for inviting me. I'm a PhD researcher at the European Union University Institute, and my research actually focuses on migration in Southeast Asia. But because I'm studying sort of migration decision-making more generally, I was invited to come to this panel. I'm very glad to be here today. So in the 6 minutes that I was given, I want to basically structure my presentation by asking 3 questions that sort of hopefully can stimulate a little bit of later on as well. So first of all, legal migration and human smuggling is risky. And I think one question that I ask in my dissertation, and that I think we should think about more generally, is why are migrants willing to take such great risks? Second of all, I think, and that's linked to the first one, smart policies require an understanding of the micro level of drivers of migration. Not enough to just look at the macro level drivers of poverty and conflict and war. We need to understand why some people leave and others stay. So we need to understand sort of individual level variation in migration behavior. And then thirdly, and this speaks more directly to the panel today about human smuggling, criminalization and fighting human trafficking and human smuggling will most likely not stop it. And what lessons can we sort of learn? How can we creatively of coming up with smart policies? And what can maybe the war on drugs, which has failed, tell us of what not to do? So let me start by asking the question, why do people take great risks? And maybe some of you might think, well, do people really have so much agency, to decide what to do? And I think even refugees have agency to decide, which route to take. And I think it's really crucial to understand people's risk perception. And we know very, very little about what goes in migrants' heads, what goes on in migrants' heads, and how do migrants themselves perceive the risks that they are taking. Second of all, I think, as I said, smart policies require understanding the micro-level drivers of migration. And very often we forget there is this mobility bias sort of in the literature and also in journalism. We forget that the majority of people actually don't migrate. It's a very small minority in the world of people who do migrate. And so these are just, some facts. It's about right now 3% of a little bit over 3% of the global population that migrates. And yes, we have, as we heard also already this morning, we have right now more displaced people than at any time since World War II. But even though that's the case, there are certain opportunities and constraints that sort of that cause variation in behavior, in migration behavior. And we need more rigid empirical, I think, social science, especially migration research, to study sort of these underlying factors. So to speak about the third point, the criminalization fighting of human trafficking. And there was an excellent article in The Guardian by Alexander Betts, who's the director of the Refugee Center at the University of Oxford, who said, forget the war on smuggling, we need to be helping refugees in need. And I think, Martin will speak much more about this today. And there are obviously underfunded search and rescue operations in the Mediterranean, as we'll hear more about. And European leaders and policymakers have much too much, in my opinion, focused sort of on what he calls a war of words against people smugglers, to increase spending on fences and border controls. So this criminalization of smugglers is maybe a convenient scapegoat that ticks the boxes for populist politicians, but it doesn't actually help much to really, I think, fight human smuggling. It might just displace the problem, increase prices, and introduce sort of ever less scrupulous market entrants. So I think we should really think about that, and it has parallels with the war on drugs, and I'm happy to speak about this later on in the discussion. And in 2011, a global commission found that the war on drugs actually caused more harm than help in fighting drugs. So two scholars in the UK, Paolo Campana and Federico Varese, came out with a recent academic research paper, and they really highlighted this policy trade-off between what they call individually oriented and state-oriented policies. And I want to just sort of tie to this discussion. So the state-oriented policies that seem to be embraced at the moment, they aim at reducing smuggling through cracking down on smugglers. There's another way, which is the migrant-oriented policies, and migrant-oriented policies would focus on the welfare of smuggled persons. And this morning, in the first keynote speech, we heard that we saw actually one of the first slides, we saw the values of the EU and the values represented or representing EU citizens. And the number one value representing the EU was human rights. And the first three values of Europeans were respect for life and human rights. So it seems like Europeans, maybe actually European citizens, may be more in support of a migrant-oriented policy than a state-oriented policy. But what we see instead is a focus right now on state-oriented policies, and even EU policymakers speaking about sort of destroying human smugglers, the boats of human smugglers in the Mediterranean, which I find quite worrying. I think I will leave it, actually, I already got the slides, so I think I'll leave it here. I have some more slides, more things to say, but I think in the interest of time, I'll leave it to the other speakers right now, and I'm happy to come back to it later.
Thank you, Johanna. Our next speaker is Martin Schurep, and I hope I pronounced that right. Martin has held a variety of military positions in his 20-year career, in his 26 years military career, and participated in many search and rescue missions. He has lots of experience on the ground. Amongst those positions, he was Malta's Chief of Defense, Malta's representative to the European Military Committee, as well as the European Defense Agency and the European Institute for Security Studies. And he is currently director of the Migrant Offshore Aid Station, a ship that operates in the Mediterranean to save migrant lives. And I'll give the floor to you.
Afternoon to everyone. I decided to start with that short video because I think pictures speak louder than words. It's interesting that today we're looking at the angle, from an angle which I find, I wouldn't say strange, but I'd say very different from what I'm coming from as the director of MOAS. What we say is nobody deserves to die at sea. So our perspective is very much from the people who feel that have no option. The title seems to focus a bit more on the other, from the other side, looking at the other side of the coin, seeing migrants as possibly a security threat. I was interested reading the 5 questions that were sent as questions, possible questions that might come up. And the first one is, what are the faces of the human smugglers? Can we categorize them usefully? Oh, where do we start? I mean, let me try and look at it from the perspective of those that have no option. Joanna said earlier that it's very difficult to understand the perception of risk that the people that take to the sea have. Well, I don't spend all my time at sea. Unfortunately, I work in an office like most of us, but I do spend some time. I did spend some time this summer at sea. I was out at sea 3 times. And as much as possible, I want to spend, I try to spend time with the people who, our beneficiaries, with the people who we save. And they are very much aware of the risks. So it's not like they buy a lottery ticket and then we'll see what comes out of it. They are aware that people die at sea. They are aware that when you go inside a migrant craft where you have the hold, which is supposed to take 20 people, and you're then crammed alongside 250 others, space that should fit 20. They are aware that if something happens, because access to that hold is just a 1 meter by 1 meter boat, if something happens, that's it, you're done. They are aware that there have been instances, and we have come across 2 of these instances this summer, that people actually die in the hold next to the living. I was on the boat in one instance where we assisted it was a Swedish search and rescue boat with a rescue. And then when we went in the hold, obviously people kept coming out. And then when we went in the hold, there were 35 dead people in the hold. So actually, when you think about a can of sardines, you think of people packed one next to each other. People die and some people survive. So yes, they are aware of the risks that they are undertaking. And then we would ask, so why take that risk? Why take your child on the boat? Why take your wife on the boat? Why try go on the boat? It's very simple. It's because they just feel that they have no option. And their expectations, because again, you spend time at sea, you talk to people that take the voyage, and I always try to determine and gauge expectations. I mean, why do people take the plunge? Why do people leave their country of origin into what essentially is the unknown? Again, because they have aspirations. Now, I also realize, and again, that the aspirations of people that take to boats, their aspirations are very similar to my aspirations. I myself have 2 kids. One is 22, one is a bit younger. And as a father, I obviously have aspirations for my kids. I want them to study. I want them to have a future. I want them to be safe. I want them to have enough food on the table. And then you speak to someone who takes to a boat, and his answers are exactly the same. No difference. We're all made from the same cloth. The difference is that maybe I would want my son to have, rather than 1 trainers, 1 running shoes, you'd want to have him to have 1 trainer running shoes to play football with, another one maybe squash for an indoor, another when he goes for walks with the scouts. That is where my aspirations start differing from the aspirations that people take to the sea. The question is, what about the smugglers? And again, I'm very happy that you refer to them as human smugglers rather than as traffickers. And the difference is important. And they should be referred to as smugglers rather than as traffickers, because the people who are taking to the boats are not being trafficked. They are fully aware. They're willing participants. Again, they're willing participants because they feel that they have no option. Now, what is the face of the smuggler? Again, it's a bit a person like you and me. However, what they do is represent what is the worst in you and me. So they are despicable, they are opportunists, they're greedy, and they just don't care. Essentially, however, they're there to do a job. What we need to do is ensure that they are out of a job. Now, my 6 minutes are up, but I'll take a few more seconds.
Take a few minutes.
The way we put them out of a job is first and foremost offer an opportunity for those that currently feel they have no option in their country of origin. I am convinced that the great majority of people that take to the water or else migrate is because, or rather, had they had the option in their country of origin, they would stay there. Obviously, there are people who migrate anyway. So let's put these people out of a job. The way how to put them out of a job is not by destroying their boats, is not by building fences, is not by taking to the sea in your own boats. It is by addressing the root causes. And I say this willingly because I hope And the aim, ultimately, of the foundation I run, the Migrant Offshore Aid Station, is to wake up tomorrow and realize that there is no need for the Migrant Offshore Aid Station. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting contribution. I think there's going to be a lot of questions coming to you later. Now to our last panelist, Maximilian Popp. Please excuse me, I'm a bit under the weather. He's a reporter at German leading weekly Der Spiegel since 2010, previously studied political sciences in Istanbul, and is a graduate from the renowned German Henry Lemmon School for Journalism. In his work for the Spiegel, he focuses on migration, Islam, and racism, and was recently covering Turkey, I think, which is where he's just coming from. So, Maximilian, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Many things actually have already been said, many great things and many true things by Johanna and Martin. So I'll just add a bit to that and keep it a bit shorter, I think. To start with, I mean, like the whole, like to me, and from the experience I have made throughout my work, I think the whole debate on smugglers and smuggling, to me, in one word, is hypocritic to the highest extent. And I don't want to talk too much about smugglers, because I definitely think they are not the problem. I just think they are some sort of a sideshow here. And I think the problem clearly is the European migration policy, which, to my understanding, is a crime. And I think what's happening at the borders of the EU every day is a crime, and I would even go as far to say it's one of the worst crimes we're experiencing in the history after the Second World War. And I'll try to explain this a bit. I think that the basic dilemma here is that the EU, Germany, and all the member states, by law, by the constitutions, they promised the right for asylum, which is a great thing. And which is a great achievement that comes from the experiences in the Second World War. The problem is that for refugees to be able to take this right, to ask for this right, they have to do an illegal thing before. They have to illegally cross the border, because, and that's I think the core of the problem, there are no legal ways to Europe. Full stop. It's like this. You have to irregular cross the border, and then you can apply for asylum. And that of course is crazy, and that created a Darwinistic system at the borders, which I want to describe a bit. And then that leads to the smugglers as well. So throughout the last years, the European policy at the borders has been to seal them off. So we have basically every land border now is sealed off by a fence. There's a fence in Greece since 2012. There's a fence in Bulgaria, which used to be 30 kilometers long, is now extended to 160 kilometers. There's this famous fence in Melia. So basically there is no way to reach Europe through the land way. And what happened as a result of this was that more and more people are turning, because they have to, and that's I think what Martin pointed out as well, and Johanna too, is, I mean, we speak about people who have to escape. I mean, we speak about Syrians whose houses are bombed by the Assad regime, who are persecuted by IS, so they don't have another choice, so they have to go on this route. And as there is no safe way through the land, they go on the boats, because that's the last way that is open. The last channel for a refugee is to go on these boats. And that means to rely on smugglers. And without the help of smugglers, I believe there's hardly a refugee who could make this way to start with, because it became so difficult as a result of EU policy. And that's why I'm saying it's super hypocritic to on the one hand say yes, we have this great asylum law and please come, and then on the other hand to seal the borders off and then to blame the smugglers for it. That doesn't work. And that's why I think as long as there is no legal way for refugees to reach Europe, fighting smugglers eventually always means fighting refugees as well. Because they need them to reach Europe in the first place. And we can go a bit more in detail later on that. I just want to share, if I have the time, I don't know, a few experiences in the last 2 or 3 years. I've basically been at every outside border of Europe, from Melilla to Ukraine, and what I see is just it's just unbelievable, and it's hard to live with, honestly. I give you 2 examples. One is the border between Turkey, where these days a lot of people are coming from, Syrians mostly, and Bulgaria. I mentioned this fence, but there's not only the fence, there's also border police, and I spoke to Turkish villagers who live in a village close to the Bulgarian border, and they see migrants passing by there every day, and once in a while they find dead bodies of refugees in the forest, in the woods, and those people have been beaten to death by Bulgarian border police in an operational zone of Frontex, where Frontex is all around. This has been announced by the UNHCR, and there has never been an investigation. And just 2 days ago, a refugee from Afghanistan, I believe, has been shot by Bulgarian border police. So this is the means we speak about. Europe is keeping refugees out. Another example, and then I finish, is what I experienced in Melilla. I guess you're aware Melilla is this like weird entity on Moroccan soil, but it belongs to Spain. So technically, once you reach this entity, you are in Europe and you can claim asylum. So this became a very common way for refugees to try to reach Europe, because they didn't have to cross the sea then, but they could just, like, they had to jump the fence, because Spain built a fence around this entity to keep them out. The fence is like 6 meters high, barbed wire has been there, I think it's not anymore, and it's super difficult. And I went there, and you see the fence, and on the other side of the fence, on the Moroccan side, there's a forest, and there are hills. It's called Gourougou Mountain. And in those mountain area where I went, there is around, when I've been there last year, there were around 1,000 refugees hiding, and they are there and they are waiting to jump this fence, because most of them they can't make it the first time. I spoke to people who tried it 20 times, 30 times, who have been in this forest for like a year or 2. Again and again, trying to jump the fence to reach Europe to claim asylum. And so the area is quite strongly protected by military, so you have to sneak in a bit, and that's what I did, and what I did together with a photographer. And when we reached one of these camps where the people are, it was really it was apocalyptic. You have dozens of people heavily injured, lying around on the floor, some of them left to die, with all sorts of wounds, illnesses, because in the winter it gets cold, and in the summer it's super hot. It's like really Armageddon. And so I was asking the people, why are they injured so badly? And what they told me is apparently the Moroccan soldiers, they come there every second day to beat everyone up who is not fast enough to run away. And the Moroccans don't do that because they are bad, but they do it because this is a way to protect people from jumping the fence. And the EU is paying Morocco every year a few million for what is called migration control. And that is how migration control in the name of Europe looks like. It's beating people to death so that they cannot jump the fence and reach Europe. And this has been documented by Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and others for years. Doctors Without Borders left the place because they said, we cannot see like these people anymore, we cannot fix them again and again after you have beaten them up. And the answer of Europe was silence, just continuing with this very wrong, fundamentally wrong, inhuman approach. So my 6 minutes are up too. So to finish, what has to change, what has to start is not a war against smugglers, which is planned now in the Mediterranean. What has to start is a totally new approach to European migration policy, which I would be glad to discuss.
Well, thanks all three of you for your very interesting presentations. At least in my head there's many questions coming up, but before we jump too far into the details of what could be done on the ground or how we can tackle this issue, I would like to turn to you as the academic on the panel and ask the very simple questions. If we look at smugglers, the people who are conducting this business, is there any way we could categorize them? Is there different groups of smugglers? Some which do it for economic motivations, others which do it maybe out of compassion for the people who try to make the journey. Is there such a thing as the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to smugglers?
Well, I don't actually know the answer to your question. I mean, what I can say is, I think, of course, the economic motive is definitely always there. People can make money out of it's a business. People can make money out of this crisis. But I think, as you said, there are actually also other motives for maybe even helping migrants. So maybe it's actually also some act of prosociality, of altruism that is combined with the money element. I think there are many different smugglers. It's difficult to put a face and to categorize people as, these are individuals of big sort of gangs. I think very often they're not. It's a very complex system with lots of middlemen, lots of intermediaries. It's called a migration industry, and it really is an industry. And so I think there is not the typical human smuggler. There are not like 2 or 3 faces that you can poke on and say these are human smugglers. There are many different motives for smuggling, and the economic one is, I think, predominantly one. But as you pointed out, there are other ones too.
In my view, obviously, a smuggler that is doing it to help others is not a smuggler, he's a humanitarian. So smugglers do it only for money, do it only for greed, do it only to line their pockets. I mean, there is no way that a smuggler is doing that just because he feels sorry for other people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the business. In a way, he might be partly a victim himself. That I can understand and then I can accept, because there is also what we experience in the central Mediterranean is, because sometimes we say, okay, then Italy arrested 600 traffickers, 600 migrants, 600 smugglers this year. In reality, in the great majority of cases, I was going to say in all cases, but you should never be so categoric, they are actually at worst, migrants themselves who either have shown a bit of initiative, because when you're on a boat which is supposed to take 100 people, take 600. If there is one who can at least master a boat, then if he has some leadership skills, then he says, okay, someone needs to take charge here, or else we'll all die. Or else sometimes there are actually people who get a percentage, a discount if they have some sort of an active role. But in a way, can we categorize those as smugglers? I don't know.
Maybe I can add something to that, because I was just working on a story about smugglers in Turkey, and the experience there was what we found out was that it is controlled by some sort of mafia-like organization. That's true in a way. I mean, that's like mostly then run by Turks. Who are the head of the business, but this is the people you never see. There's not the people you see on the ground. The people you see on the ground, like those who are like recruiting refugees, those who are bringing them to the coast, those who are sometimes on the ships. Almost all of them, and I met many, were refugees by themselves. Most of them were Syrians by themselves, actually. Those were the people who escaped the war at one point and then got stuck in Turkey. And didn't really find a chance to earn a living, and then like they turned to the smuggling business, and now they work for some criminal network. So that is the people on the ground. But you have, as I understand, you have some sort of organized crime behind it, and those are the people making the real benefits and the real money, and certainly you have to find a way there. But I think to end their business again is to create legal ways. It's not to like hit on the boats, because then you only hit like the poor guys on the ground, and those will be replaced a day after, because there are hundreds and thousands of them who would like to do that job.
Okay, thank you. I'll do one more round of questions myself, and then I'll open up the questions for the audience, so you can start preparing your own questions if you want to. All three of you spoke out for change of European asylum policy, saying that the way we're conducting business right now is not sustainable, that we should change it, and that I think it was you, Maximilian, who said fighting smugglers also means fighting refugees. I, for one, am in favor of this, but if you provide legal ways to migration, you have to expect higher numbers of refugees coming in, possibly higher numbers than we see today. And at the same time, it's a reality that in many European member states, there is a considerable percentage of the population not in favor of such policies. So what is your answer to saying, okay, we can't stop those boats, we can't put up higher fences because that's not a solution, but if we face even higher numbers of refugees coming to Europe, what would your policy look like if you have one?
Goes directly to me? Okay. I'm very happy you're asking the question, because it comes all the time. Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the policy so far has been ideological, and the idea behind the European migration policy was to scare people off within the countries and outside of the countries. So to make it as difficult as possible for them, so that others won't come. And a good example to where and I believe this led to nothing. It didn't stop people from coming. It just helped the business of the smugglers. And a good example for this is the experience with Mare Nostrum. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Mare Nostrum was a rescue operation that was started by the Italian Marine after Lampedusa in 2013, when a lot of people died. Then Italy said, we have to do something. We will send out ships to rescue people. And they started rescuing people, and the numbers of people dying went down. And what happened then was other European countries, Germany foremost, who were complaining and saying this is a pull factor, more people will come, we have to stop it. And it was stopped. And what happened was, after Mare Nostrum was stopped and replaced through an operation by Frontex, which was called Triton, that was not like designed as a rescuing operation, but as a border protection. What happened was not that less people were coming. To the opposite, more people came, and more people were dying. So the first thing when we speak about alternatives is to recognize the immense, the disastrous, the incredible failure of the current policy that cannot continue. That is the first thing. And then the other thing is, well, you have to have legal ways, because you cannot accept people dying as part of your migration policy and as a tool to scare people. That is cynical, and that's something I cannot accept as an European approach. And when we speak about legal ways, we speak, of course, about resettlement. UNHCR is looking for hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of places. We speak about something which Canada has, which the EU unfortunately doesn't have, and that's like the possibility to apply for asylum outside of Europe, in the embassies, for example. We speak about programs where you can bring your families easier and faster to Europe. So if a family member already made it to Germany, for example, it's still at the moment very difficult to bring them. So this is just a few examples to mention, which would be legal ways and which would prevent people from dying. And would the numbers go up then? Yes, maybe they would. But I believe Europe is big. It has like more than 500 million people. It's rich. It can deal with it, and it should deal with it. As simple as that. And I cannot accept saying yes, but there is like Le Pen, and that's why we have to keep on making people die in the Mediterranean. No, that's not an answer I can accept.
Obviously, in addition to what Max said, first of all, okay, we're discussing today within a context of the European Union. However, I'd like to say that I personally do not consider this to be a European problem. This is a global issue which requires global solution, because what is happening today in Syria, in Libya, in Eritrea, is not something that was necessarily created by Europe. And I wouldn't be so categoric in saying we cannot stop the war in Syria. I think if we consider this to be a global issue that requires global solution, then countries need to come together to try and find, yes, a solution in Syria. As we speak, in Syria there are countries working independently, solely guided by what they perceive to be their national interest. The outcome of that is what we have today in Syria. The outcome of what we have today in Syria is again the waves of refugees leaving their homeland. Go back a few years and look at the statistics. How many Syrians were refugees? Almost inexistent. Almost inexistent if you go back a few years. So, okay, yes, I mean, we cannot stop the war, but I wouldn't be so categoric. I think if we start looking at this from the wider perspective and having states consider this to be their problem, and when we say states, we go beyond Europe, then maybe we can start working towards a solution in the countries of origin. Obviously, while that is happening, the solution is not short term. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Obviously, while that is happening, we're in a crisis. We need to deal with this in a crisis mode, and that is where then we need to deal with it in a way that Max highlighted.
Yeah, I think, some things were already said this morning as well. So let's assume we open the border and we allow more people to come in. Even if there are 5 million migrants in Europe, that's 5%, or no, that's 1% of the population. So I think, that's just the dimensions I think are important to keep in mind. And again, also as said in the first keynote speech, what are European values? And you said, these are not my values being represented. And what we saw in the graph of the Eurobarometer, these are not the values of most European being represented by closing off the borders, by fencing our borders. And I think that's very important to keep in mind. And I think we need to change the public discourse. I think that the public discourse actually calling it a crisis even is something that I find a little worrying, because if you call it a crisis, a refugee crisis, and people change into the crisis mode, and a lot of fears are being sort of evoked that maybe shouldn't be there.
Thank you all. We'll now go to questions from you. Just a quick commentary. Martin has to leave in about 15 minutes, I think, at the latest. So if there's any questions directed at him, I would take those first. You were first. Is there a microphone?
Promoting in this period the idea that the refugees are bringing terrorism or ISIS supporters in Europe. And in my beliefs, I believe that we should work more on changing this perception, because if we are strengthening this fear of the Europeans and this idea that are supported by far right parties all around Europe, we are transforming this situation in a bigger one that is in reality, because as you already mentioned, almost 0.5% of the refugees are coming to Europe. In terms of number, there are not so many. Europe can deal with them. But the problem is not about if we have the capacity or the ability to deal with them. The problem is about the perception and the cultural identity, and probably it's the struggle, because it's a conflict of cultural identity. And my question for all of you are, how can we change this perception? How can we, as human rights activists, can we fight this perception? Because in my work, I have to try to explain to all of them that the number of Syrians who are coming to Europe are a small part of the Syrians who flew Syria, because most of them are living in the neighboring countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a second question up there. Maybe we'll take that as well and then go to the answers.
Hello, a quick one regarding MOAS. So how's your relation with Frontex, with joint Frontex operations, Triton, national border guards, and maybe all of you, how do you think can we tackle the problem of the so-called pushbacks in a short-term solution?
Okay, and then there was a third question right there. If you could just pass on the microphone to your left.
Hi, thank you. I agree with many things that were said, especially about the need to create legal ways to Europe. But I'd like to hear a bit about how to find a balance, because clearly we do need borders. Europe does need borders. It's like saying, I have my house and I keep it open, let anybody walk in, come in, do what they like, and not knowing who that person is. So I think there is a need for borders, but I also agree that there should be legal ways to come to Europe and apply for asylum, but where to find the balance, really. And just one last thing is that I think it's also important to remember that not necessarily all migrants coming to Europe right now in this wave are refugees. And that's also very difficult, as it was mentioned earlier. It's important to know who's in real need and who needs help from the countries of origin. In the case of Syria, this is very clear. In the case of Eritrea, the majority of people are indeed refugees. But in not all countries of origin is it so clear. And this could also become an additional push factor. And when it comes to the numbers, today we might be talking about a few 100,000, a few million, which for Europe is not a big deal. But thinking in a longer term perspective and trying to address the issue longer term, these numbers could become less sustainable for Europe as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a break here. I noted you, and then I think we should answer those questions first, and then I'll take your question right after, okay?
It's connected to this one directly, so I just want to say...
Okay, please keep it short, though.
Majority of people who come, they are not refugees. I would like just to comment on your questions that the majority of the people who come to Europe are not refugees. They are economic migrants. This is statistics. This is if you ask the people on the border between Turkey, Greece and Bulgaria, they will tell you we want to go to Greece because Bulgaria has no jobs.
You take whatever you want to take, and
you go first.
Yeah, you go first. And answer whatever you go, and I take what's left.
We can take the...
First of all, I'd be very interested to know what statistic the last gentleman, where he gets his information from, because I'd like to know exactly where that statistic comes from. But I think I'd leave others that are more capable than me to answer that. With regards to your question, it's very simple. Obviously, I'm going to speak from the perspective of people crossing at sea. If I was a terrorist, why on earth would I try and come to Europe on board a migrant craft where I know that there's a great chance that either I'm going to die, I'm going to be stopped by the authorities. If I'm a terrorist and I want to infiltrate Europe, I will not take to a boat. Secondly, on the issue with the relationship with Frontex, I have to say that the relationship with the state entities, so both the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center, both Frontex, both the Navy ships that were in the central Mediterranean this year was excellent. Out at sea, in terms of search and rescue, people talk the same language, seriously. Obviously, Frontex, I would like Frontex to be deployed further south, but that did not happen. Frontex needs to operate within regulations that were created not by Frontex. These regulations were set up by us, by the member states themselves. So if we want that to change, then the member states need to come together. At sea, in general, and I have not experienced or heard of any pushbacks happening at sea. We are very active at sea. At sea, people cooperate and coordinate. Obviously, the way we, MOAS, and maybe there were other boats, MSF, look into and the way we conduct the rescue might be a bit different. I think when it comes to search and rescue, we all speak the same language. I think what we try to do is go one step ahead. So we focus not only about the search and the rescue, we focus only on the post-rescue care. Normally these people stay on the boat for 50 hours, 60 hours until we disembark, and we focus on post-rescue care as well. I think I'd leave the others too.
So let me start with the first question, which was also how to change perceptions, right? And I think one way to changing perception, I think a good example was I think it's this campaign called I'm an Immigrant that went sort of viral in the last 2 weeks. And basically it showed positive examples. It showed who are these people, who are these refugees, what are their stories. And then you can really connect with people on a one-on-one basis and you see, they are not terrorists. The second question about short-term solutions and Frontex, one example actually, I think Martin and his organization are doing fantastic work, and I'm so honored to be on a panel with him. But it's actually an NGO. It's sad that this is not being done by our governments. And another initiative by Doctors Without Borders that I actually found out this morning about was to train Tunisian fishermen in southern Tunis and southern Tunisia to actually help and rescue and alarm sort of the authorities if they encounter a boat, because they have absolutely no training and no knowledge what to do when they encounter a boat. And so I think this also speaks to another point, that what needs to be done is much more like social work other than law enforcement. Then maybe I'll leave Max to answer some of the other questions and I can come back to them later on.
I also wanted to answer one of the first questions. Okay. But anyway, I'll try to very brief say a few things. Perception, super important. I cannot speak for others, but I can speak for us and me, as working for media and working for the Spiegel. A magazine that has done very bad for many years when it comes to perception, especially on migration issues. And I think that to start with, the wording is super important. I mean, like there are papers still writing about invasion, waves, storms. This is like as if it would be a natural disaster, and then you don't have to be surprised when the policy looks like protecting the people from a natural disaster. So the responsibilities definitely starts with the journalists. Bye. Starts there, and the Spiegel and others have failed very badly when it comes to that. The pushbacks for the first time there's some sort of small disagreement on this panel, because Martin said he hasn't experienced this. I experienced it a lot. I spoke to a lot of people who have been victims of pushbacks in the Aegean and elsewhere, on sea and on land, and it's illegal. Pushbacks are illegal. The problem is it's not persecuted. That's the thing, and Frontex ignores these things. They ignore that these things are happening, and that's part of the problem. I mean, they have been informed so many times about pushbacks in the Aegean by the Greece Coast Guard, and they didn't do anything. Same like what I mentioned before with Melilla and Morocco. So yeah, that's ignorance. And that has to be more pressure, obviously. The balance and the stuff with the borders. Well, I think that's also some sort of. Well, I agree to the very general saying that Europe cannot take every single refugee in the world. Yes, that's kind of true. But Europe is very far away from taking every single refugee. To the opposite, the biggest refugee hosting countries are Pakistan, Turkey, Kenya. Europe is not doing so much and could do much more. So I'm a bit disturbed by this argument, because it's always brought up when you make the case for a more humane and also I think more reasonable asylum policy, and then the argument comes, yeah, but we cannot take everyone. True, but we can do better and we should do better. And like when it comes to the numbers, that's a lot of like creating fears, like the 60 millions which are just waiting to go to Europe. I think that's ideological, and saying that most of these people are not real refugees, that is just that's right-wing speech. I don't even want to comment on.
Can I say something? I think one of the questions also that we haven't answered yet was about economic migrants versus refugees. I mean, you spoke to that a little bit, and I think it's this difference made, and I find it really, really interesting that in the public discourse, somehow economic migrants are not seen as worthy of acceptance as refugees. I find this really interesting, and I would like to hear actually from the people who asked this question, or from the audience, why this perception? If someone is fleeing poverty and cannot survive, why is that not as worthy as fleeing from conflict? So this is just sort of a question. Actually, I think we should all ask ourselves.
I think one of the reasons would be that there is no clear definition of what it means to flee from poverty, and up from what moment that would, make you qualify for some sort of status of protection. But maybe some people would like to follow up on those questions. Otherwise, I have some questions still myself. Okay, you go first, and then you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of things that you said, but I think it's not okay that you say it's right-wing, because just someone said, voice criticism. I don't think that this is the right approach to resolve the tension that is in the society right now between the so-called nationalists and the other side. Thank you.
I've got a question about how to move on from here. Now a lot of refugees are coming, and I think it is important to not make the same mistakes as have been made in the past when certain groups of, let's say, non-Western immigrants came to Europe. Just to be frank, even looking around in this area, I mean, in this room, I mean, everyone is white. That's not right as such, because that's no longer how Europe works. But still, it's the reality in many ways. How can we ensure that these refugees are actually properly integrated in society?
There.
I wanted to bring back the question to border police, because we started this discussion off as why smugglers are bad, and I think we kind of established that the real issue is not smugglers, it's the border police and human rights violations they do. And you mentioned that Frontex is ignoring that and that not much is done. I wanted to hear what you would suggest should be done to address the issue and to have more accountability.
Okay, then I to the first remark, I can understand that this is controversial, but well, to my point of view, this is an argument which is brought up a lot by the political right throughout Europe, and I have to call it what I believe it is. To say that, like, all of those refugees, or most of them, they are no real refugees, they come just to benefit from our social welfare state and so on, I think that's ideological, and that's a right-wing position. And I think I understand that the debate is very controversial and it's very emotional, but I'm not a big fan of, like, stepping back for the sake of harmony. I think this is like a very crucial time right now. It's a very crucial debate, and I'm very much supportive of clear words here. And this is a political debate that we have to have. And I can only have this debate with very clear words. It shouldn't be an offense. And I didn't say the person is right-wing, but I said it's a right-wing remark. And it's a remark that is very popular from the extreme right in Germany to France, to Hungary and elsewhere. So that's why I use that term, not to offend someone, but to make things clear as I see them. The integration thing, it's super crucial. 100% agree on that. And I think this is like, well, to sum it up very briefly, I think what are the things that have to happen now? We spoke about legal ways for refugees. Then we definitely have to speak about a better distribution of refugees in Europe. It's a problem that most of the refugees at the moment are hosted by 2 or 3 states, Germany, Sweden, Austria. That has to be better. Then there have to be equal standards for refugees throughout Europe. And that needs a lot of investment in housing, in schooling, in all sort of things. We're speaking about billions here, definitely. But Europe also invested billions in border protection. It invested billions in the fences, in the work of Frontex. We have drones and satellites up in the air to watch the borders. I think this money can be better spent, and it should be better spent for integration. And talking about mistakes from the past, I think a crucial mistake, at least how I know it from Germany, was that like everyone thought those people, the migrants, back then it was mainly Turks who came for work, that they will go back. I wouldn't be certain about that. And even if, in the meanwhile, I think our policy cannot be based on the belief that they will go back, but it has to be based on a very strong approach to integrate them, because I think that's the only way. And
accountability, police.
Yeah, but that's basically already the answer. Accountability is the thing. I mean, these are crimes which are committed, and for crimes someone has to be made responsible. But so far, no one is. The Greek Coast Guard was by Amnesty International accused of torturing refugees on the boats. There have never been a single investigation. I don't know why. I think that's basic police work here. So very serious charges, and I think there has to be something done. Accountability is really like the word.
I would also like to add to the question about integration. I think it's a really, really important question. And I think, as Maximilian said, there's so much money being spent on border enforcement and so little on, as I said, what is more like social work, for people to acquire, for instance, the language. I think, yes, for children it's rather easy. They go to school. But we also have to think of the parents, So there has to be a lot of investment for people to acquire the language of the country they're hosted by. Then to integrate them in the job market. Right now the situation is that asylum seekers can very often not actually work. So, what do they do with their time? I mean, integration in the job market would be a way to learn the language, to learn more about the society, to actually, get some independence back. So I think that's very fundamental. And then lastly, investment also in housing. I mean, right now, many people are still housed in tents, and it's getting really cold. This year, the winter is coming really, really quickly, and that's just not, I think, a solution. So short-term solutions are needed, long-term solutions and strategies for integration are really, really essential. You wanted to say something, Simon?
Yes. So one issue I would like to pick up on, where sensed some controversy between some people in the audience and you, is the definition of who should qualify as a migrant, and are economic migrants really refugees or not? Just to clarify the context for everyone in the room, there's people fleeing war or persecution are considered refugees, whereas people fleeing economic hardship are not considered as refugees under the current existing law. And if I could just see a show of hands from the audience, you as Europeans in elections will have a say on this. So if the question was put to you, should economic migrants also qualify as refugees under the current existing law, who would be in favor of this? And who wouldn't? Favor first. Who would be in favor of economic migrants qualifying under the current refugee legislation? Okay, and who would be against? Thank you. So, the question was if we should extend the definition of what is a refugee, because currently people fleeing economic hardship are not considered refugees, thus do not qualify for asylum and can be refused at the borders. Okay, so I'll come to you in a second. So as the majority of you has spoken out, or has raised their hand at least, in favor of extending the definition, this would mean more people qualifying as refugees and more people having to come to Europe. And I don't know if both of you or if only one of you mentioned the need to find a European quota to allocate refugees in different countries. While I'm in favor of this idea, my question would be, how do you want to introduce a system, given that in a considerable number of member states there is opposition to the system, there is opposition to take on migrants, and you cannot force sovereign states to take on people against their will? So what is your answer to the realpolitik that there is no such political consensus on this issue?
I want to say one word about the economic migrants. Not to get me wrong on this, I'm very skeptical about extending the idea of asylum to economic migrants. I think that's a controversial debate. I think that the Geneva Convention, which defines who is a refugee at the moment, is too narrow. For example, it doesn't recognize someone fleeing from natural disaster or as a refugee, and I think with climate change this will be a bigger issue. So we can discuss about the Geneva Convention, definitely. When it comes to the so-called economic migrants, I think the question is put wrong. The question should not be, should we extend the Geneva Convention to them, or should we extend the asylum laws to them? I think the question should be what kind of legal ways we could create for these people. Because the problem today is that in these boats, coming from Libya, for example, you have a lot of Syrians, Eritreans, where it's clear, or the political persecution is clear. But then you have people running away from poverty or from having no perspective for life and stuff, which I think is very legitimate, which is just not a part of the law. And I think the problem that they have to go on the boats is also that they have no other way. Like this very small asylum channel is their only option. So I think speaking about legal ways, which I mentioned a few times, this should be definitely one to be more creative when it comes to legal migration on the job market, on the labor market. There has been too little done in the past, and that would help a lot of people who wouldn't then have to come as irregular migrants and having no chance to get asylum anyway. Because if you're from Morocco and you're asking for asylum in Germany, your chances are super bad. And the distribution issue, wow, yeah. I mean, this is like in the core of the debate now for months on an EU level, which you obviously know. It's super hard. I see that like national egoism prevails. It's frustrating to see this. It's frustrating that the EU still holds on to this weird Dublin agreement that says you have to apply for asylum in the country which you first enter. This system obviously collapsed. Greece is just sending them through, Italy is just sending them through, and I understand that they do it because it's a weird system anyway. And it has to be replaced, but I see there is a lot of opposition to it, and I think there should be a stronger lead by countries which are willing, like Germany, to reach a European understanding on that. And if it's impossible to include everyone, then you have to do it with a majority. I think that has to be possible. How to do that? Well, I have no answer. It's a difficult situation, but I don't see an alternative here.
I mean, I can just echo what you said about economic migrants versus refugees. I think creating legal channels for migrants, is sort of very, very important. And then to the second sort of question about allocation and distribution of migrants, I think you phrased the question in a way from a state level, that some countries obviously are not in favor of a quota. But I think we should, again, so this was sort of also my first question, my first point, we should also look at from the migrants' perspective. Distributing and allocating people is not so easy, and it's not necessarily what people want. And we know also that, migrants come often in networks, they come in families, they have family reunification, so people will want to move, where their families are. So just distributing people to where they are not welcomed is probably not the solution. But obviously there needs to be a share of the burden, right? So there needs to be a share of the cost. So maybe not a distribution in terms of geographic sense of migrants or refugees to everywhere, but a share of the cost.
Okay, so there were a couple of questions that I already noted. So it was you, then there was a question up there. Yes, you also had a question. Okay, so I'll take 4 questions. I think I'll take you, him, and you. Let's start down here.
I think I'll still understand you.
Yeah, you will. Thanks. So first of all, to echo what one of the other commenters said earlier, I think it is quite important not to conflate being skeptical about migration with being racist, and that is a large part of discourse around this topic. So just to bring that up, I guess my question is Europe the right destination for these migrants, in your opinion? I think you said earlier in quite a kind of blasé way, well, Europe's rich. But actually, a lot of Europeans aren't rich. And in fact, the ones motivated by migration aren't rich. I think Joanna mentioned earlier that migrants come to Europe and they can't take advantage of economic opportunities here because they don't have a skill set or qualifications that are recognized and relevant to European jobs. So in fact, we're importing a lot of unskilled labour to compete with other unskilled labour who don't have great opportunities, who live with low wages. And those are the people that don't like migration, particularly. I can imagine a lot of us here in this room and a lot of people, perhaps on the panel, aren't going to be competing for jobs with migrants and probably won't live in neighbourhoods where migrants come to. And on the back of that, we talked about distribution of refugees within Europe. But what about globally? Are there cultural or economic reasons that might make Pakistan or Turkey much more suitable destinations for migrants than Europe? I think the keynote speaker this morning brought up the difference in attitudes to religion of Europeans versus a lot of people that come from these countries. I wonder, is that relevant? Also, the European economy, which is a knowledge-based economy, is that the right destination, or is it better for migrants to go to economies that perhaps have structural or take their kind of structural advantages from being sources of cheap labor, and so can better mobilize those people? Thanks.
Thank you. There was a question there.
Hi, I've got a question for Johanna, actually. I had a chance to live with a Syrian boy who had the status of a refugee, and he told me, you see, I would go back to Syria, but I just can't because there's a war out there. So I was wondering if you have any estimations or any data from previous conflicts, and how many of the refugees that migrate actually return to their countries of origins. And I would also like to make another point. I think we should be really careful when we use the word burden when we talk about the migrant crisis, because I think not all the refugees are necessarily a burden for the economies where they're migrating to, because a lot of them, start new businesses, a lot of them are highly skilled. So I think we should be really careful when we're talking about the burden of migration. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question up there, I believe. No, at the very top, just give the microphone to the sides. Oh, just, yeah, works quite well.
Thanks. Allow me one comment on the distinction between refugees and migrants. I think it's very important to have clear definitions in order to reach the most effective solutions. So there's no way in talking about finding the right ways of integration, distribution systems, shaping right discourses if you mix up refugees, migrants all the time. I think it's rather counterproductive than it's productive. Coming to my question, you've been talking about legal ways of migration, but you haven't been very specific about it. Can you go more in detail about it, how legal ways could look like? Because I agree, but I think it's rather vague.
Hey, and thanks. I'm interested in the panel's take on the correlation between actually the perceived distance of the crisis and compassion. I think Maximilian is a good example that people that actually been out there at the fences or that have engaged with refugees often have a very different perception about refugees and attitude towards them. And those countries that are most skeptical and those people most skeptical often have never seen a refugee. So I'm just wondering, the current crisis and the influx of immigrants and refugees coming to Europe, whether this might be also a chance, people volunteering, engaging with them and changing perceptions. Thanks.
I would just like to shortly comment on the Martin remark about the statistics. Unfortunately, he's not here anymore. But in his eyes, of course, it might be that more of the people, majority of the people are from Syria because he's involved in the Mediterranean missions. But we have to look at the general, also other regions, also the Balkan regions, Greece, Bulgaria, Turkey, because there people do not come by boat. And most of them are not from countries where the most refugees come from. So, and I completely agree with you that we have to find a new legal framework. Thanks.
So let me go back to the first question. I think it was first a comment about that polarization in terms of this is that skepticism should be allowed. I think it was your question, right? Skepticism should be allowed, and I completely agree. Then you said there are, and you pointed to these anti-immigrant sentiments, and I think research has shown that anti-immigrant sentiments are actually strongest in areas not affected by immigration. So in regions not affected by immigration, anti-immigrant sentiment is strongest, whether that's in Switzerland, whether that's in Italy. You see it actually throughout sort of Europe, and I think that's quite puzzling. In terms of education levels, I think I just read, maybe even in Der Spiegel 2 weeks ago, that Syrians on average actually have a higher level of education than Germans. So of course maybe those skills are not immediately transferable. A Syrian doctor can most certainly not right away work as a doctor in Germany. But you need to basically then the policies that need to come into place need to find ways of educating and training people and converting their skills. Also, there are lots of undesirable jobs in the EU. I don't know how many Germans work still in agriculture, how many Germans still work in construction, how many Germans still work in waste management, and these are sort of low-paying jobs already being also filled by immigrants, and they have to be filled by immigrants because very few of us, want these sort of undesirable jobs. So there are jobs. Then the second question was about a question about statistics and what can we learn from past conflict zones in terms of whether refugees have actually returned. I think it's a very interesting question. It's a very good question. I actually don't know the answer to it. I think we have to be careful, though, in terms of making generalizations and looking sort of at what scholars very often do nowadays, looking at sort of a large N, correlation in terms of how many people actually go back after conflicts. But I think it's an excellent question, and I think worth sort of investigating. About legal ways of migration. There are legal ways actually of migration for labor migrants already. So I was doing some field work in Italy, and maybe you don't know, but most of the Parmigiano and much of the agricultural work in Italy is also done by legal migrants in Italy. And for instance, in Latina, the province south of Rome, between Rome and Naples, you have Indian migrants from Punjab doing the agricultural work. So most likely your Parmigiano is coming also in the north in the dairy industry. Sikh and Punjabi are the migrant population in that agriculture business, and they come most of the time with legal ways. So there are legal ways, and those of course need to be sort of expanded. And then lastly, there was a question about distance of the crisis and passion. I think this is a really interesting question, and I actually know two researchers from the UK who are right now hoping to investigate this. Some anecdotes that have been also discussed in the media show that people who have actually lived through war times themselves, for instance in the Balkans and in Serbia, very often are reminded of their own time as refugees, and feel very much compassion and empathy with people. So I think this is a very interesting question. I know in Germany too, very often people say, it's not. Old people say, we do remember. And so I think this is one way of connecting also sort of and creating more empathy and creating sort of more maybe commonality between Europeans and migrants by reminding them of their own experiences.
Many great things have been said. I tried to add to a few of the questions, a few remarks, and it just goes not from the first to the last, but just back and forth. The distinction between migrants and refugees. Yes, I think the distinction is even more important when it comes to the distinction between the asylum system and the migration system. And that is important because I think this whole debate whether refugees could help us, whether refugees are good for the economy, how qualified they are or how qualified they are not, this is irrelevant when it comes to asylum. Asylum is something we do, it's a part of our constitution for humanitarian reasons. And I'm proud that Europe has this as a part of its law, and I think it shouldn't give it up. And it's not there for economic purposes. And it's totally different when it comes to migration in the labor market. There you can cherry pick. There it's up to every nation and Europe to decide who can come, under which conditions, and with a certain right to do so. So I think this is an important distinction to be maintained. Then the question of is Europe the best place for people? Shouldn't there be a more global distribution? Yes, of course there should be a more global approach. That's also what Martin said. I think, for example, the US could do much more when it comes to Syrian refugees, especially as the war in Iraq had some certain effects on the region that created conditions that also are linked when you look at IS, for example, to the situation right now. So definitely there should be a more global approach, but I also think there should be no finger pointing and Europe saying others should do the job. At least that's not the Europe I imagine it to be. It's not the Europe I want. I think Europe is the best place, yes, because we have strong laws, we have strong democracies, we are very proud of our values, and I think this requires to be open for refugees and for people who have to run away from death. That's the Europe I want to have, and I cannot compromise on this and say yes, but maybe for the Syrians in Turkey it's more comfortable. It's not, by the way. Many of those Syrian refugees who came are Kurds, and look at the situation for Kurds at the moment in this country. So you're getting on a very dangerous path here. When you say maybe it's better there. The question for legal channels. Johanna mentioned the one legal migration for those who work, and there are things. There's also the blue card, for example. This EU blue card that you can apply for a job if you have a contract and a certain salary guaranteed. There should be more. That's what I said. But this is for working migration. Legal migration for refugees. I mentioned it very briefly. I just can say it again. I think one of the to my understanding, best ideas is to invest much more in the UNHCR resettlement. Don't know if you're familiar with this program. UNHCR is in refugee camps, mostly in transit countries like Jordan or Lebanon, and they have a list of people who are very, very vulnerable. So they look at the most vulnerable people and they try to find places for them anywhere in the world. And they asked countries, could you take some? And then Canada says, okay, we take 10,000. US says, okay, we take 5,000. And Europe says, we take, I don't know how many thousand. I think you could do much more through this resettlement program. That would be an easy and a safe way for refugees to come to Europe. In general, I think we should reach a situation where you don't have to cross the border to be able to apply for asylum. I think the idea of an embassy, of this asylum in the embassies is a good one, because it helps. It's one possibility to prevent people from going on this dangerous journey. I even think that for certain countries like Syria, the visa ban should be lifted. I think if a Syrian refugee goes at the border check, for example, at the border between Bulgaria and Turkey, he goes to the checkpoint and says, I'm a Syrian, here's my passport, please let me in. I think they should be let in, and then they should, of course, they have to be security checks, obviously, and then they should be distributed throughout Europe. This is a few of the ideas which I can come up with, which I read about. There are a few others, but yeah, as I said, I think this is essential. And last thing with the perception, yeah, I'm rather optimistic on that. If you saw the pictures in Munich at the train station, how people were welcoming refugees who were arriving from Hungary, that was a very emotional moment. And in Germany at the moment, you have as many people as never before who are helping refugees, who are like involved in different sort of initiatives, giving language courses, giving clothes, doing whatever, cooking together with refugees, doing sports, theater, whatsoever. And I think this is really a change in society, and I think the message of society is quite clear. It's like we have to be open, we have to show solidarity with those. I think the politicians are falling behind.
Thank you very much. I just asked for a couple of minutes, so I'm going to take the prerogative of asking one last question, hopefully on a positive note. Johanna, you mentioned in your introductory statement that there's something we can learn from the war on drugs and how we failed in the war on drugs that could be applied to this situation. Maybe you would like to elaborate on the statement.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think in 2011, a global commission that was basically investigating for how effective 4 decades of the war on drugs has been, came to the conclusion that if at all, it actually has worsened the situation. So similarly to the war on drugs, you know, smuggling is not driving migration. And instead, it's sort of, you know, it responds to the underlying demand. And that, I think, that is sort of the analogy to the war on drugs. What can be learned out of that? I think, you know, these are tough questions, but I think policymakers should look into that, because right now the way that policy is structured is really in not just this rhetorical war on human smuggling, but as you know, as we elaborated as well, it's really securing the borders, fencing them off, and that does not seem to be effective. And in the end, it's the refugees, it's the migrants who are the victims, not the smugglers.
I think that's a good statement as any to close off this panel. Thank you all for your contribution and the lively debate, and especially to you two for coming here and speaking to us today. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot. There's been a slight change in the schedule, so there's no coffee break now. The wrap-up session will happen right after this, so no coffee break. We're going to wrap it up, and then the conference is over, as the last keynote speaker actually had to cancel. So it's in this room, right? Okay, just stay in here. Du brauchst nur das Mikrofon, damit ich den sitzen bleiben sollen.
Ach so, ja, die können auch gern gehen. Ich werde denen noch kurz die Dankesgeschenke geben. mal, ich mache einfach. Ich habe einfach mal einen Teil, du legst deinen auf, ich leg meinen auf, dann machen wir.
Ja, vermutlich das Beste. Wir müssen gucken, ob ein Mikro an ist. Aber ich glaube schon.
Umso schneller wir durch sind, umso schneller können wir saufen gehen.
Ja, oder dachte ich auch die ganze Zeit.
Let's do it, huh? Ja, komm, fang einfach mal an, weil ich glaube, wenn nicht kommen nicht mehr Leute. Sag einfach mal, hello guys.
Jetzt? Lass mal 2 Minuten warten, oder?
Ja, ich glaube, die meisten hauen schon wieder ab, oder?
Glaube ich auch, aber du musst trotzdem ein paar Minuten den Leuten lassen, weil manche einfach noch zur Toilette, glaube ich, weg. Ich glaube auf jeden Fall, dass ein paar noch rüberkommen. Und die Leute wollen ja auch essen. So 5 Minuten auf die Toilette fahren. Ich weiß nicht, sagen wir das fertig ist. Gleich fertig.
Ich habe jetzt böse Bock zu saufen. Schon richtig scheiße.
Ich auch. Ich habe so Bock einfach nur.
Jetzt bringst du mich weg, ne?
Ich hatte gestern bevor ich hergekommen bin, so ein Bierchen nur und ich dachte, oh Gott, ich muss da bleiben und feiern.
Ja, wir waren Spanien hier, was gut? Was Spanien gut? Hier? Wir waren Spanien.
Also ich kann im Grunde die ersten 20 die alle ein. Ja, okay, das wissen wir, das ist traurig, aber das ist trotzdem. Ich finde es halt immer schwierig, wenn es zu emotional schwierig runterkommt. Und vor allem, sich alles viel zu einig ist, das geht ja gar nicht.
Hilf mir mal die noch ab der besten. 1 minute?
Ja.
Ich würde so sagen, ich habe den David noch gebrieft, der soll den ganzen Speakern sagen, sie können mit uns zusammenkommen, ne? Oder sie kriegen halt einen 6 treffen uns auch dort. Sie sagen ja halt, das hat David gesagt, wir sollen sagen, Reinventing die Kneipe sagen, oder das ist.
Okay, ich weiß selber nicht, das heißt, wenn es wieder nicht mag,
das ist ab 6 Uhr im Rips Beers, was die Kneipe. Eselsgraf, 10 Minuten von hier. Und der Punkt ist halt, wir können entweder sagen, wir laufen hier um 5:30, 5:30 los, 5:30 das Speaker hier. Ja, machen wir. Komm, sonst fragt man uns. Nee, komm, das machen wir. Ja. Ja, komm, ja.
Ich weiß auf jeden Fall, dass Leute noch kommen,
ja, du kannst ja schon mal anfangen, dann kommen die meisten schon. Wenn einfach so 4 Gäste.
Okay, ich glaube, wir kommen jetzt alle rein.
Umso länger wir warten.
Naja, wir müssen, aber da kommen jetzt echt viele auf einmal rein, deswegen, wir sollten vielleicht einfach David sagen, jetzt die Leute reinzumischen.
Ja, wir quatschen halt immer noch und draußen nicht hören. Ich glaube, wenn man einfach anfängt, jetzt ist gut.
Einfach dann auch irgendwann die Tür schließen.
Jetzt geht's los.
Ja, warte, lass die Tür schließen, dann geht's los. Nee, ist doch so, oder?
Ist auch so geil so. Jetzt geht's los. Nee, warte. Jetzt geht's los. Warte.
Ja, weil irgendwie ist es noch so voll so ein Durchbruch. So, Steffen kommt noch. Sollten die anderen nicht auch dazu?
ich muss mal kurz mit Maximilian tatsächlich. Da den Maximilian einfach.
Hey, Stefan, ist okay, wir fangen jetzt einmal an.
Sollen wir einfach anfangen?
Ja, wir fangen jetzt an.
Also ich kann auch mal kurz was sagen.
Nee, wir fangen jetzt einmal an.
Okay.
Ja.
Funktioniert aber, glaube ich, gar nicht.
Ja gut, dann lass mal anfangen. Geht das so?
Ich weiß nicht. Lass mal versuchen.
Also ja, fang einfach an.
Okay, ich glaube nicht.
Yes.
Komm her. Was?
Du musst kurz schauen, ob das funktioniert.
Ach so.
Komm, fang einfach an.
Hello? Yes. Okay. Hi, everybody. So we would like to start the wrap-up session. This is the last part of our conference. So let's begin. Thank you. Dear guests, we have all witnessed a very intense day. A day full of debates about where Europe is heading, what should be done, and how the young generation can actively participate in this process. These past years, the EU had to face many challenges, starting from the economic crisis to the challenges at its borders, but also inside, such as Brexit, independence movements, and the division across member states. But who said it was going to be easy? It is exactly during these difficult times that we can define what kind of a union we want to have. This is the moment to act, to understand that differences between member states don't have to lead to division. One point that was highlighted throughout the day is that the EU is a value-based union. And that is important that we have to focus on them. But this is what this conference is for. And we are very happy to see that more and more people take the opportunity to actively engage. We received a record number of essays this year, and lots of young people showed up to enjoy our great sandwiches at lunch. And Twitter announced that we had record traffic today. So thank you all for participating. But all of this would have not been possible without the constant support of help of our cooperation partners, the Bertelsmann Foundation and Febelfin. So thank you very much. A big thanks goes also to the College of Europe and to all of our supporters that remained in the dark. The assistants of the pool department, Sébastien Coman, who navigated us through all of our administrative inquiries, and our Chief Information Technology Officer, Kim, thank you.
So at this moment, we had planned to host one last but very important event, actually the speech of Prime Minister Serra. I think you would have liked to listen to more than to the two of us. But unfortunately, there's something more important than discussing the future of Europe, and that's actually coping with the present. And the new eruption of the refugee crisis in Slovenia needed the immediate attention of the Prime Minister. He apologizes for not being here with us. And yeah, now it's just the two of us. So just let's wrap up quickly the main points we took away from the intense debates today. We focused on 4 topics. It was, in the beginning, was the banking union, financial markets. We had the energy union. We had the security issues. And last but not least, you just heard here about the refugee crisis. So to sum up, in our view, we would say that the state of the union has some room for improvement, to put it euphemistically. I guess especially in these 4 policy fields, it became clear that there are generous and benefits of more integration, but it's just very difficult to reap them. So with regards to the banking union, I guess EMU is still work in progress. To make the EMU more resilient, we saw that establishing a banking union would make a lot of sense. However, the devil is, as always, in the detail. We saw that a common deposit insurance or an adequate funding for the single resolution mechanism are only 2 issues that still need to be addressed. But when, who knows? Capital markets union as well, it sounds like a promising project, yet still lacks substance. I really like the quote of Katarzyna this morning. She said, "The glass is not half full, nor is it half empty. It is full, just sometimes with hot air." With regards to the energy union, So we heard that energy transition is a big structural change, actually like the industrial revolution we had. So in order to cope with it, the Energy Union has the target to implement a common EU strategy. So more EU integration would lead to more economic benefits, for instance concerning gas or electricity grids. So far, so good. However, the panel showed that we have still a long way to go, since energy policy in member states is pretty heterogeneous. Dries Ake said very nicely, in energy, more European Union makes sense.
We also had a panel about illegal immigration. When we decided in January that we would like to host this panel, we didn't foresee what kind of magnitude this issue would actually take. And, well, the Prime Minister did have to leave us for a good reason. The refugee crisis, or as we just learned in the panel, we should actually not call it a crisis because this leads to people getting scared about it because of the magnitude. It is a defining moment in the history of the European Union, and it is happening right now. So the question is, how will the EU react? By closing its borders? By building fences? By making it illegal for people who are fleeing their countries to come here and then giving them no other option than to turn to smugglers? Of course we have to find a balance. But as it was said, we are a value-based union, and one of the values is solidarity. Scapegoating smugglers and starting a war of words against them will not address the root issues which are underneath it. And then we had this morning also a panel about foreign policy. These past years have been heavy in conflicts around the world. However, recent developments in our eastern neighborhood have shown that these issues might happen closer than we would actually like, right at our border, within the European continent. The crisis in Ukraine can surely be seen as a wake-up call in this regard, and on our, for sure, lively panel this morning has shown that while the EU is certainly making progress in creating a common EU foreign policy, for example, by having economic sanctions, there is still a lot of room to cover. There's a lot of instability in our eastern neighborhoods, and while the actual wall that existed within the European Union has come down, a wall can still be perceived that divides our continent. It is important that the EU revises its strategies and rethinks its concepts to take a pragmatic look at the matters at hand and to be better equipped to react to the external and internal challenges it is facing. These very interesting panel debates were complemented by the excellent keynote speeches given by Prime Minister Bettel and by Vice Premier Minister Reinders. And we would like to close with some positive words from Vice Prime Minister Reinders. I trust that the young generation, which experiences the benefits of Europe daily, will engage with its challenges by bringing a fresh look. Well, we say challenge accepted. So thank you very much.
Okay, I think it's my turn to make a speech, but it's a posted speech, so it will be super short. Just to say that this year, again, I was so impressed by the kind of a mix of realism and optimism we have in that room. And it's quite relieving to see that it's still possible to find people that believe in European integration. I mean, among the audience, and I hope that young people still believe in European integration, but also among the speakers, and especially the politicians that came. And as you've seen, Mr. Reinders, Bettel are really positive about European integration. They're really trying to fight for it, still believing in it, and this is maybe good news. We need to continue thinking about the future of Europe, and that's why I really hope that there will be a fourth edition of the Reinventing Europe, the Youth Conference. I really encourage the students of the Chopin promotion that are in the room to maybe join the team of the convener of this conference to prepare for the next one. As you know, know, this is a conference which is organized only by students. The college is just providing basically a room, and they're just taking everything in charge, creating the program, inviting people, finding the funding, which is maybe not the easiest part of the story. And so this is just a conference by ex-students for students, and that's just wonderful. So I would like to congratulate very warmly the team of the conveners of that conference that did such a good job, and I really hope that we'll be able to meet again next year for a 4th edition of that conference. Thank you.